Testing. 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 Muffins are delicious. All right.
Welcome everyone to the May 28th Board of Zoning Adjustment. I'd first like to thank city staff who prepare all cases today for us to hear. And of course, I'd like to thank all my fellow board members around the table. This is an unpaid position. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor, but we're all very experienced in what we've been doing over the many, many months we've been on this board. So with that in mind, Sarah, please explain the rules and regulations.
Sure. I'll describe the procedures for our hybrid meeting today. For those joining us online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak on a case. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. When you are promoted to panelist, you will need to accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. Understand that if you are calling in on a phone, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of a promotion, you need to turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. For those joining us today in person, please approach the microphone when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, in person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants will receive 15 minutes for their presentation. You'll be given 2 minutes for testimony if you represent a single interest, such as yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public need to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner for the case. The chat box online is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 3 o'clock p.m. if the meeting lasts past 2. Those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear all city staff. Can you be sure everyone's online?
I think we have everyone in person.
That would be great. Staff, please raise your right hands to be sworn.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please identify yourselves.
Sarah Copeland, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Miguel Riquelme, I'm the Spanish interpreter, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Justin Smith, I do.
You could do it right there, Brianna.
Brianna Baker, I do.
And then we have Larissa online.
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Perfect. Thank you. And Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals for today's hearing.
Our continuances begin with item number 5, case CD-SUP 2025-15, a request to approve a special use permit for general manufacturing in M1-5 on about 13.39 acres, generally located south of the Missouri River and Riverfront Park, located at 4950 Stillwell Avenue. The requested action is continuance to June 11th. Docket item number 6 is CD-BZA 2024-108, a request to approve a variance to the maximum floor space in the accessory dwelling unit standards, plus any additional variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 3419 Baltimore Avenue. Staff requests continuance with fee to June 9th. The next continuance is item number 12, case CD-BZA 2025-13, a request to appeal the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use for a short-term rental at the subject location on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 321 Southwest Boulevard. Staff requests continuance with fee to August 27th. Docket item number 14 is case CD-SUP 2025-16, a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of the Daniel Academy in an R 7.5 zoning district on about 18.33 acres, generally located at 310 West 106th Street. Staff requests continuance to June 11th. Docket item number 19 is case CD-BZA 2024-134, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in the street side yard and front yard in an R 7.5 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.48 acres, generally located at 10435 Warnell Road. We request continuance to June 11th. Docket item number 20 is CD-SUP 2025-3, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for gasoline and fuel sales in District M1-5 on about 0.7 acres, generally located at East 12th Street and Jackson Avenue. We request continuance to June 25th. Docket item number 21 is CD-SUP 2025-4, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for the expansion of gasoline and fuel sales establishment in District B4-5 on about 0.8 acres, generally located at East Truman Road and Brooklyn Avenue. We request continuance without fee to June 11th. Docket item number 25 is CD-BZA 2025-53, a request to appeal zoning violations related to an unapproved parking surface on about 40 acres generally located at 8701 East US 40 Highway. We request continuance off docket. And those are all of the continuances. Just to recap, it's items number 5, 6, 12, 14, 19, 20, 21, and 25.
Great. And to confirm, Sarah, the ones with fee are docket number 6 and docket number 12. Are those the two ones that are identified with fee? Great.
Also
Yes, that's correct.
on docket item 6, I think I heard you say June 9th, but the docket.
I'm sorry, July 9th. Yes.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm
is that-
sorry to interrupt. This is the reporter. And can I get you to state your name before speaking because you're all in one room and I can't see your all's name tags? That way I can just designate speakers correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Emerson Hayes.
I'm Mark Ebbets, Chair, and is there any public testimony on or in the audience here on these continuances or dismissals? Please identify yourselves.
We have no hands raised online.
Great, thank you. Board members are entertain a motion based on these items.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
I move that on docket item 5, we continue the case until June 11th. On docket item 6, we continue the case to July 9th with fee. On docket item 12, we continue the case to August 27th with fee. On docket item 14, we continue the case until June 11th. On docket item 19, we continue to June 11th. Docket items 20 and 21, we also continue to June 11th.
Number 20, I'm sorry, is June 25th.
Oh.
Different from what's printed.
On docket item 20, we continue to June 25th. Docket item 21, continue to June 11th. And docket item 25, we continue off docket.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, those are acted upon. Sarah, let's get things rolling and please call the first case.
Before I call the first case, staff would also request that you hear item number 26 after item number 3.
That will not be a problem, so I'll be done. Thank you.
All right. Then docket item number 1, CD-SCP 2024-42, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit for an existing group living facility on about 0.3 acres generally located at 1520 Cherry Street. The staff planner on this case is Anna Naniski. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online to be sworn in. I'm going to promote Nick Kratz to panelist online.
Nick, can you turn on your camera and microphone?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. Thank you. Do we have anyone else out there, Sarah?
That's the only hand raised online.
Nick,
Yeah,
I need
I am
to,
the, go ahead. Sorry.
I need to swear you in first. And
course.
so please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. And if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. And so Nick, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. My name is Nick Kratz, 504 West 112th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. Those are labeled 1, they're not 1 to 9.
1 to 10.
1 to 10. And those are normal exhibits that we admit for every case. Do we have your permission to admit those, sir?
Yes, you do.
Right, those are admitted. One of those is a staff report by Anna. Anna, please tell us about the case.
Okay, thank you. On Ananiski Development Management Division, this is case CD-SCP 2024-42. In this, we're talking about a previously approved special use permit that is being amended to formally document an outdoor lighting variance. So a little refresher on the case. This site is located in the downtown crossroads area of Kansas City, Missouri. The site in question is located in yellow. This is the main building. They also own the parcel to the north that's kind of highlighted in the yellow shaded area. It is between Cherry and Locust Street, and this is where the Casey Rescue Mission is located. The special use permit dealt with adding an addition to this building in the existing parking lot that's on the side. So you can see the two buildings and that vacant space in between. This is the proposed area for the addition. And this is a rendering of what the addition is going to look like provided by the applicant. And then a further site plan of what that will look like. They are relocating several rooms and amenities into this addition, expanding their services that way. And that is the purpose for the addition. So, to talk about addressing the outdoor lighting variance. So there are several locations in the staff report that was reviewed earlier this year that talked about the outdoor lighting variance in the plan analysis table and in the conditions report. However, when I published that staff report, I did not include the physical variance table that outlined all of the details of that variance, despite talking about it multiple times in that staff report. So thus, since it wasn't, documented properly in the variance table, it's also not documented correctly in the disposition letter. So this is really just formalizing, that process. The City Planning Commission recommended approval subject to conditions. The Board of Zoning Adjustment, you guys recommended approval subject to conditions. And then this is the lighting plan that was also attached to the staff report. Again, just a mistake on my part for not physically adding the table into the staff report. It clearly identifies the spillover light that exceeds 88,430. So now I'm just going to go over the review criteria for that variance. The first variance review criteria is A, which talks about the hardship and the strict applicability of the code, and if there are unnecessary hardships or practical difficulties that are caused on this site that are not caused with others in the same zoning district. So city staff, we do identify that like city center zero lot line projects are more at a disadvantage when it comes to this particular regulation within the zoning and development code compared to more like suburban style projects that have larger setbacks. Because if your building's up in front of the building line, you're more likely to spill over your light onto your property line than you were if it were to be set back. And the applicant is proposing the specific outdoor lighting features to ensure that the area is safe and well lit and the entrance is well lit for this building. So this is like a very rough diagram of what I mean by that. You can see like if a building is set back far off of the front setback, they can have the same spillover light as in the urban example, but naturally since the building is up against the property line, they run into more issues with that spillover light. Why does this regulation exist? This regulation exists to ensure that public rights of way and our zoned property have those smaller spillover light standards to try to avoid light pollution or any nuisances. Well, in this case, the property is adjacent to a parking lot and another commercial building. So we are definitely as city staff more concerned about light pollution and nuisances when they're adjacent to residential properties that people are living in. That causes more grievances with the lighting standards. And review criteria C, which talks about substantial being justice that is secured when you are upholding the zoning development code versus a hardship if you were to uphold the zoning code and not approve, the variance. So considering the location of the proposed project, the increase in spillover light onto the public right of way, we do not believe will result in substantial harm to the general public. in relation to if the variance is denied, then the applicant would need to amend their outdoor lighting features for the proposed addition. That concludes my staff report. If you guys want more details about the SUP, I can also go into that review criteria as well. But the main request today is for the outdoor lighting variance. So that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna, and no problem on kind of messing up a little bit. You never mess up. So one mess up in 3 years, 5 years, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions of staff? Hearing none. Mr. Kratz, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, we're hoping to kind of add this new front door, so to speak, to the Shelter KC project, and really just become an asset for the East Crossroads and help clean the area up, help create a safer area, and really just be a great asset to the community there.
Have you had any neighbor comments, sir?
We've entered into a good neighbor agreement with Abbott Properties specifically, who's a majority owner of several pieces of property around there. So we have his support, and we've been working closely with other stakeholders in the area, and just making sure everybody's on board and comfortable with the project. So everybody's very excited.
And sir, you're familiar with the CPC conditions and recommendations. Do you have any problem with any of those conditions?
I do not, no.
Okay, great. Board members, questions of Mr. Kratz? Okay, thank you, Ms. Otto. We have a motion on the table. Go ahead.
I move that we grant the request in the staff report, subject to the conditions contained in the CPC.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes, or was it Meyer? Sorry, Hayes. Thank you, Jazz. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Sir, your motion is approved. Thank you for coming before us today. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Sarah.
Docket item number 2 is case CD-BZA 2025-52, a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a wider driveway on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R80 zoning district on about 0.97 acres, generally located at 4818 Logan Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are, the applicant is online. Andrea Horn, I'm going to promote to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Anyone
So
online?
we have one person online, Andrea Horn, and then one person here in person.
So the applicant's online.
Yes.
Anyone else you see? No, no one
No
else.
other hands raised
Thank you.
online.
Andrea, turn on your camera and microphone. I can swear you in. There you go. Can you say something? Can your microphone
Hi.
on it? Okay, good. Andrea and sir, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please state your name and address for the court reporter. Let's do.
I do. Andrea Horn. Address is 4818 Logan Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Perfect. And sir?
I'm Matthew Fleming, and my address is 4822 Logan Avenue.
Great.
Kansas City, Missouri.
And Mr. Fleming, right?
Yes.
Are you for or against this? Okay, great. So kind of stand by for a minute and we'll have you testify. Andrea, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your approval to admit those, or do you have any questions about those exhibits?
You have my approval.
Great, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie Soldari. Stephanie, tell us about it.
All right, we got docket item number 2, CD-BZA 2025-52, 4818 Logan Avenue, zone R-7.5. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a wider driveway plus any other needed variances. Right, so the subject site is located east of Raytown, just south of Independence. And highlighted in yellow of Logan Avenue is the subject site. And then this is the home currently. And this is with the driveway expansion. This is the site plan. So there was a driveway expansion here on what would be the south side. If we're looking at it from here, it would be over here. Okay. So we have one variance today. So this is a variance of 10 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 32 feet on the subject site. This is a 45% increase. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the other homes in the neighborhood seem to have code compliant driveways. The driveway width at the property line could be decreased to 22 feet, which is the maximum width. And the code specifically states that that maximum width is only at the property line. So it can be decreased to 22 feet, then expanded to the desired width in the front yard. So as long as it doesn't occupy more than 40% of the yard, so they could still have the wide driveway. It could just like bump out after the property line. And that concludes my presentation.
Board members, any questions of staff? How do we know about this case?
It looks like there was, it wasn't originally it was not a zoning violation. It was a report called in to neighborhood services about what someone thought was an abandoned RV. But when the inspector came out, that's when they saw the expanded driveway.
Thank you.
For clarification, so how much of the driveway is non-compliant?
About 10 feet of it.
About 10 feet.
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
All right. Ms. Horn, why should we grant your request today?
Well, we are now a family of 5 living here. This house is actually, it was my mom and dad's house. My father passed away in November of 2023, and my mom was living here and my husband and I were not living here. We were supporting my mom because she couldn't make it on her own. We sold our house and decided to move in with her to help pay for everything because we couldn't support 2 households. And when we decided to move in here, the garage already had a lot of stuff in it. And then when we moved in here, we had my son and then my husband's nephew with us. So we became a family of 5. We have 5 vehicles. And I'm also have mobility issues. I have a scooter on the back of my car. So not only did we come with a lot of literal baggage, containment issues, we couldn't put more of stuff in the garage. We have a shed out back that we added to put more stuff in. We even rented a storage unit. So we can't park cars in the garage. So parking is an issue, number one. So we need the extra driveway space for parking because everybody has a car. But then also because of my mobility issues, I have a scooter that I get on and off of my car, which requires a little extra room as well.
When did the driveway get put in, ma'am?
It was put in last fall. I want to say October, I believe.
That's good enough. October of last year. Any neighborhood resistance to this addition?
Absolutely not. Actually, our neighbors next door to us, they have several girls, and when my husband and son and nephew are gone to work, the girls love to come over and ride their bikes and scooters on the driveway because they have a gravel driveway, and so they have a lot of fun on it.
Right. All right, thank you. Board members, questions of Ms. Horn before I ask Mr. Fleming to speak? Matt, come on up. Tell us your comments on this.
Hi. So my name's Matt Fleming. I actually live in the property just to the south of this driveway. The driveway actually comes directly to my property line, so I'm the neighbor most affected by the driveway. Before they put the driveway in, like Andrea said, that her and her husband moved in, they were having a lot of difficulty with parking. She didn't mention that she has a brother also who has a scooter, and he visits regularly to visit his mother. And often they would have to park on the street, which our side of the street has no curb and gutter. It's kind of a rural side. We all have acreage properties there. And so there was a lot of street parking, or they would use our driveway and then have to drive their scooter or walk across over the street or through our yard to get to their driveway. So this has allowed the congestion of them with their cars to be able to have places to park and to have access to their property, and even better access into their backyard to maintain, because their house is fairly wide on the lot. Allows them much greater access to the backyard of the property. Otherwise, they would have to go through our property. And so it's been a tremendous blessing for them, and also for us to not have to deal with the parking congestion. I really do feel like it's actually contributed to parking on the street being just much better. And there's right across the street from us, there's access to a larger neighborhood, Country Meadows. And so our street is very busy getting into that area. And with them parking on the street right there, it makes it difficult to turn into that neighborhood, especially for large vehicles. So their driveway has made that way more convenient, especially for school buses and other vehicles that have difficulty going in that turn for that larger neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Anyone have questions of Matt? Nope. So, Ms. Horn, you're asking for forgiveness of something that you should have maybe gotten a permit to begin with. So,
Yes, sir. I thought our contractor had gotten a permit, and when I asked him about that, he said that he didn't. What I'd have to read my text, honestly. I apologize. I don't have it pulled up. When I asked him for a copy of the permit, he said that he doesn't normally get permit unless it, shoot, if you pardon me, I can look it up real quick here. Because I don't want to put words in his mouth. He said, I asked him for the permit, and he said that he doesn't get a permit unless it's in the city's right of way. So a permit was not pulled.
right. Well, I understand your special needs, and I appreciate that. So, all right. Board members, any other comments or questions or motions?
Go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, Ms.
Docket
Wright.
number 2, case number 52. I move that we approve the variance for the residential vehicular standards and permit the wider driveway.
I have a motion from Ms. Wright. Second from Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, for coming down. Sarah?
Docket item number 3 is case CD-BZA 2025-39, a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on a corner lot, plus any other needed special exceptions on the subject site in an R7.5 zoning district on about 0.51 acres generally located at 9417 Palmer Avenue. If you are the applicant can sit at the table. If you are the member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. So we have a translator here. You've been sworn in, as you know. Thank you. Please ask your representative to raise the right hand. Anna, will you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If you agree, please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Mi nombre es Ana Calderón y mi dirección 9417 Palmer Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri 64138.
My name is Ana Calderon, and my address is 9417 Palmer Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64138.
Thank you. Miss Anna, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that I need to admit to hear your case today. First, do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit those?
No.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report from Miss Stephanie Salderi, and she will tell us about the case.
All right, I have docket item number 3, CD-BZA 2025-39, located on 9417 Palmer Avenue, zone R-7.5. And then the applicant is requesting a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the front and street side yard. The subject site is located south of Raytail. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And to, what's the word? Is to go over it again, the zoning code identifies the front yard as the shortest side adjacent to a street. In this case, the front yard is Bannister Road and the street side yard is Palmer Avenue. So the fence is on Palmer Avenue in the street side yard. It's a 6-foot fence. And these are pictures of that fence. And case history. So there was a property violation for a 6-foot fence built without the special exception on the front and street side yard. Since the time of application, the property owner has reduced the height of the fence to 4 feet on the front yard. So the special exception request is of 2 feet to the allowed height of a fence to permit a 6-foot fence on the street side yard on the subject site. This is a 50% increase. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the nearby houses do not seem to have fences taller than 4 feet on the street side yard. And the fence could also be shortened to 4 feet. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions?
We have a photograph of the reduced height.
I do not have a photo of the reduced height.
Okay.
Does the applicant, Anna, do you have a photo of the new fence in the front yard?
No.
No.
Did staff go out and physically observe that that occurred?
Yes, so this was reported to neighborhood services and on the case file, they confirmed it. And I also talked to the inspector over the phone.
Thank you.
So it's the part on Bannister Road, Stephanie, that is of concern.
The part on Palmer
Palmer,
Avenue.
okay.
So they reduced the height on Bannister to 4 feet.
Yes.
The front of the house is Palmer Avenue, though. That's
Yes.
technically the front of the house, but not the front yard.
Yes.
Because it's a corner lot, correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Anna, permit should have been pulled before you did the fence. Also, it's a closed-in fence, meaning you can't see through the slots very easily. We've had cases before where we've had people rebuild the fence or take down the fence to the 4 feet level. Why do you think you need the extra height?
El motivo por el cual lo hicimos así, porque se nos metieron los ladrones como 3 veces adentro a querer robarnos y por eso, por precaución, hicimos la cerca.
Okay, well, the reason why we did this is because, I mean, we had 3 times a breaks in where thieves went inside the house to rob our house. And this is the reason why we, as a precaution to, make a higher fence.
Y de hecho hicimos los reportes a la policía también.
We, as a matter of fact, we did some police reports with the police as well.
Are you running a business out of your home?
No,
No,
What is your, are you married, ma'am?
sí.
yes.
What is your husband's occupation?
Él trabaja en una compañía de ley filter.
He works at a company as a lay fielder.
A laborer?
Él pone los gares y los filtros de las canaletas de las casas.
He installs rain gutters at the houses.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm one board member, but I'm concerned that this is not in keeping with the neighborhood. I understand there may be some crime issues, but no other neighbors in this vicinity appear to have installed fences of this height. And I'm concerned that it is, it allows people to go behind the fence and maybe actually encourages further crime because it hides people and you can't see through the fence. So I just have some concerns based on the facts that I have heard today.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Otto. I kind of echo that. If the fence had spacing, but still it's too tall for the area.
Yeah, I would agree. And knowing that they have already cut down on Bannister, I can only imagine what it looks like. How it's 4 feet here and then 2 feet, just, you might as well just take it all the way over on Palmer. Take it all the way down.
I hear that my fellow board members and I kind of agree that the fence is too tall. It appears you will have to take it down to 4 feet. Just my initial comments, I'm not speaking on the board for itself. Yeah, I don't see any other way to go.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion if there's no further comments or questions.
Got any other comment? Anna, do you have any other comments?
No, eso sería todo.
No, that will be all.
And a couple questions from me. Do you have children?
Sí, 3.
Yes.
Grade 3, okay. And Perro, any dog?
¿Tiene perro?
Tengo 2, pero son unos bebés. Están pequeños.
I have 2, but they're babies. They're very little.
Small dogs, yeah, okay. All right, Mr. or Miss Otto, did I hear a motion coming from you?
In case number 39, I move that we deny the request for the special exception to the height of a fence.
Miss Otto has a motion out there. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. I'm sorry, you have to cut down the fence to 4 feet.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
Done. Thank you.
gracias.
We're jumping to number 26.
Docket item number 26 is case CD-BZA 2025-46, a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a shorter rear setback, plus any other needed variances in an R 7.5 zoning district on about 0.51 acres generally located at 8110 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Staff planner is Stephanie Saldari. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Raised online. 1 second. I've got to get caught up. It'll just take a second here. Thank you. I'm assuming you're Dan Martin.
Correct.
So please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. And if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. Dan Martin, 6120 Walnut Street.
Thank you. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 10. Do I have your permission? Do you have questions on those? And do I have your permission to admit them?
I have no questions and please do.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation, so those are admitted. Stephanie, please tell us about the case today.
All right, I have docket item number 26, CD-BZA 2025-46, located on 8110 Blue Ridge Boulevard, Zone R-7.5. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a smaller rear setback for a proposed single-family building to accommodate a group home. The subject site is located just west of Raytown. Highlighted in yellow is the site of Blue Ridge Boulevard, and like right over here is Raytown. This is the site plan for the home. It has parking for residents, and this is the floor plan as well. So here's a rendering of what the proposed house will look like, and just another rendering to get a better view. And then the floor plan showing the 4 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a wheelchair accessible bathroom. So we have one variance request for today, a variance of 16.875 feet to the conventional lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 13.125 feet on the subject site. This is a 55% decrease. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Many of the lots on this block are irregularly shaped as the subject site, causing the existing homes to have shorter setbacks on some property lines. So the difficulty cannot be obviated due to the shape and dimensions of the lot. It is difficult to arrange the proposed structure in a way that meets all the required setbacks. This design is specific to its use of a group home to ensure its occupants are well accommodated. And this is just zooming into that rear setback right here. And this is a screened-in porch, but even if the porch were to be taken out, it would be at just under 24 feet, and they need 30 feet for that rear setback. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Board members, any questions of staff? I was looking at the surrounding area, Stephanie, so you're right. There are a lot of irregularly shaped lots on Blue Ridge Boulevard. So, all right. Board members, any other questions of staff? If not, Mr. Martin, why should we approve your request today, sir?
We're just trying to accommodate an odd-shaped lot and build a modern single-family home.
So we'll house how many guests?
4 individuals.
Okay.
For the neighbors, have they voiced any concerns about the setback issue?
No.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Before you do that, I just want to note for the record that Mr. Meyer had to step out, and so Mr. Ventura will be our voting on this case.
Okay.
Thank you for the interruption.
On docket item 26, case 46, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Mr. Martin, thank you for coming down today, sir.
Thank
Good
you,
luck with
council. I
it.
appreciate it.
Sure. Ventura, you're in for the next case, just to remind you.
That's
All right.
now.
Yes.
Docket item number 4 is case CD-SUP 2025-11, a request to approve a special use permit in District M1-5 to allow for outdoor warehousing on about 4.5 acres generally located approximately 350 feet east of the corner of Connecticut Avenue and North Topping Avenue. Justin Smith is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant, or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I'm going to promote Judd Clausen to panelist.
All right. Good
That's the
morning.
only hand raised online.
That's the only one that's
Mhm.
raised online.
Oh, no, and David Eskov. I'm also going to promote to panelist.
Yep.
So you have 2 people online, Judd Clausen and David Eskov, who's rejoining.
All right.
All right. Good morning, board members.
Hold on,
Justin.
Justin,
Wait, I
we
got
need
to
to
swear
swear them
everybody
in.
in.
Oh, we gotta
Sorry.
swear
No,
them
you're
in.
good.
Sorry.
You're good. Justin, just give me a second here. I'm almost caught up to where you guys are.
David, if you could please turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn.
So we have David. Who else do we have out there?
Judd.
Judd.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. All right, David and Judd, can you turn on your cameras and microphone?
Mhm.
I have. Can you hear me?
We can now. Wait, say Judd, where'd you go? Say that again.
Hello, this is Judd Clausen. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm looking for the David guy.
David Escove here.
Oh, there you go. David and Judd, please raise your right hands. I administer the oath, and if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? David, let's go with you first.
I do. David Escove, 21466 West 120th Street, Olathe, Kansas.
Thank you. Judd, you're next.
Judd Clausen, Claussen. I do. Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, who's speaking on the case, David or Judd?
I will speak.
Okay, thank you, Judd.
What we do have another hand raised online.
Okay, let's bring that person up.
Saeed Saleh, I'm promoting to panelist.
Chair Saeed is our mutual client on this and the property owner that we're working for. So Saeed's joining us to provide context as the owner and operator of the business.
Great. I need to swear him in once he comes online.
He's a panelist now.
Saeed, could you say something so we can see you?
Hello.
All right, there you go. So I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath, and if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Saeed Saleh, I agree.
Address, please, sir.
12825 Ford Road, Dearborn, Michigan, 48126.
Great, thank you. And is it David or Judd who's speaking on the case today?
I will be speaking. This is Judd.
Okay, Judd, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any problem with us admitting them, or do you have any questions about them?
You may admit them and no questions, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation from Mr. Justin Smith on your case. Justin, tell us all about it.
All right, thank you. Good morning, board members. In front of you is docket item number 4. This is a special use permit to allow outdoor warehousing at 5959 Connecticut Avenue. The subject site is located within the 4th District within the boundaries of the Riverfront Industrial Area Plan. A closer look at the site, you can see it's just west of I-435 on the corner of Connecticut Avenue and North Topping. This special use permit proposes the construction of a 6,400 square foot warehouse and office building. I say warehouse, but this will mainly be where they will perform maintenance on semi-trucks, trailers if need be. With the building, there will be the establishment of the outdoor storage. They were proposing 49 parking stalls. I did want to note that the storage yard will be gravelled in accordance with 88-378 of the Zoning and Development Code. And then just while you're hearing this, special use permit is special use permits are required for outdoor warehousing, storage, staging, and freight movement in an M1 zoning district. The area will be landscaped in accordance with 88-425 of the Zoning and Development Code. That includes street trees, perimeter vehicular use areas, and interior vehicular use areas. And then a 6-foot fence has been provided around the storage area. Here's the west and north elevation. The applicant did work with staff to provide a variety of materials. So it wasn't just a metal building. They are providing a mixture of brick and stucco. And they did provide additional windows per staff's request. So here's the east and south elevation. And then here's a view as of 2024 looking south on Connecticut Avenue of the site. You can see there is a tree line there. They are preserving most of it. They have provided a tree preservation plan. With that, staff and City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Board members, any questions of Justin? And Justin, that's in basically an M1 district already, yes? So there's lots of warehousing around them.
Yeah, the Riverfront Industrial Area is predominantly, it's all industrial. There's not a huge amount of outdoor uses, but there is some within the area, but mainly all warehouses.
Okay, thank you. Judd, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Really summarized best in the staff report and just working through that and conversations with the city staff. Our plan complies with the applicable standards of the city, which Justin just kind of went through. It's consistent with the trucking in this general area, lots of other trucking uses within our neighbors' areas and such. So very consistent use and therefore compatible with the surrounding areas. So we feel like this is a good use for this property, and my client is ready to comply and move forward with the project.
And Judd, there was a list of recommendations from CPC. Do you have any objection to all those conditions they put in there?
We are in agreement with those, and I wanted to mention that is that this is actually our last stop before permitting as we've been to CPC. We've also obtained our transportation committee approval for the wider driveways. So yeah, we are in agreement with that.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions of Judd or David or Said?
I do have a question for staff. The reason for this special use permit is because of the outdoor nature of it? Is that why?
That's correct. The outdoor trucking, storage, staging, it all requires a special use permit within the M1.
If it were enclosed, though, the special use permit wouldn't be needed theoretically.
Indoor storage does not require one within the M1.
Makes sense to me. I'll offer a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
On docket item 4, case number 11, I move that we grant the special use permit in accordance with site plan staff report and the, are there conditions in the staff report?
Yes.
The conditions therein.
I have a motion for Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Otto. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, Judd and Said and David. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Miss Sarah.
Our next item is docket number 7. Case CD-BZA 2025-44, a request to approve a variance to the number of units permitted per lot area to permit a 2-unit house on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 4111 McGee Street. The staff planner for this case is Stephanie Saldari. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I don't see Brian Driscoll online.
Brian, you online? Please raise your hand.
I don't see any hands and I don't see that name.
Brian? All right. We're going
We
to
can
pause
move
it.
on to number 8.
Yep.
Docket item number 8 is case CD-BZA 2025-45, a request to approve a variance to the parking ratio requirements to permit less off-street parking spaces on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.41 acres, generally located at 330 West 4th Street. Staff planner is Stephanie Saldari. We have the applicant present. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone to be sworn in. We don't have any hands raised online.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. And if you, as I administer the oath, if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
Name and address?
Jet Sexton, 117 West 20th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
I do. Taylor McKee, 303 Broadway, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who's speaking on the case?
Mr. McKee here.
Okay. Taylor, all right. Taylor, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. First of all, do you have any questions on those? And do we have your permission to admit them?
No questions and permission to admit.
Thank you so much. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie Saldari.
All right, we got docket item number 8, CD-BZA 2025-45, located on 330 West 4th Street, zoned M1-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the off-street parking requirements to reduce the amount of parking provided on site. The parking lot will serve a proposed 88-unit apartment building approved through a development plan in 2023. The subject site is located in River Market. Highlighted in yellow is the site. Currently, it's a warehouse. This is a rendering of what the building will look like once it's built on that corner. Another rendering of the building showing one of the entrances and exits of the proposed parking garage. So on this site plan, there will be a parking garage, entry and exit of Broadway, and then one of 4th Street. This is, there will be 2 parking levels in this garage. And to add to that, there will be over here in the purple and here in the green, bicycle parking for the residents. We have 1 variance today, and this is a variance to the off-street parking requirements to permit 63 off-street parking spaces for an apartment building on the subject site. This is a 28% decrease. A change to the character of the neighborhood is somewhat anticipated. So this proposed apartment building is in a high density area where on-street parking is hard to find. However, this area is also pedestrian and bike friendly. It's located near the streetcar stop and various bus stops. So could the difficulty be obviated through a change in the design? Yes, so the remaining 25 parking spots could be placed through a change in design, or the applicant can seek an alternative parking compliance plan, but I'll also let the applicant speak more to that. And that concludes my presentation.
So if they're in compliance, Stephanie, how many parking spaces would they need?
88.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sexton or Mr. Taylor?
Yeah.
Why should we grant your request today, sir?
Yeah, Taylor McKee. We are longtime developers in the river market, and we've had this site for a while, and we're really excited to bring a really substantial building to what is currently a blighted site. We've worked down in the neighborhood for over 25 years, and parking ratios anywhere above 60% have always been adequate for what we've needed. So this is just about 72%, and that's always met our needs. So the project's ready to go. We've, through our planning process, did meet with neighbors and received, not speaking for neighbors, but I would say we received very positive feedback in that process as well.
How many units, Taylor, in the building?
88.
88. And those 1 or 2 bedroom, or what are they?
It's a combination. Yeah.
If I was to take bedrooms, how many bedrooms in the whole building?
88 plus 23, so 98, 108, about 111 approximately. Going off memory there.
And then you're asking for how many parking spaces will be furnished for those 111 possible residents?
63. And one note to that, the 2-bedroom units that are located on the corner are 2 bedrooms, but it's a plan we started developing prior to COVID that's more like a 1-bedroom den. The second room is expansion space, work from home space. It's a smaller room. It does have a closet, so it technically qualifies as a bedroom, but it's not a full 2-bedroom split corner unit. But yeah, 63 spots for those 88 units.
People that reside in that apartment can't have a space there. Where do they park?
So as I said, we've worked in the river market since the late 90s, and we typically don't see our parking facilities more than 60 to 70% full. So we feel like, first of all, that we've adequately supplied the parking. There's street parking in the area. There's also public parking on the block in the public garage at the 300 Wyandotte building, which is, I don't know, 100 feet away. We're also within 1,000 feet of the streetcar, and as mentioned, we have a lot of bike storage, so there's alternative transportation as well.
What percentage of your residents typically?
I would say a smaller percentage don't own a car, but having all residents with their cars in the parking facility at the same time is what we don't see. I mean, we see people traveling, people sharing cars, people using ride share. So typically our old surface parking lots back in the day were never more than 50% full, even with a building that was 100% occupied. So we've always hung to that 65%, 2/3 of your units. So here we feel like we're just over that with about 72%.
Guess I'm concerned because of the congestion that I see down there in evening. And you have everybody at home and you have visitors down. I'm one person. I think that's a really large request for potentially, I think it's more than 20 cars that, you know, the variance is, I don't know. I'm really concerned. That's a congested area. Why I mean, what's the difficulty? You have a 2-level parking structure now. Why not
Correct.
just put another floor? Wouldn't that give you the extra space you need?
The challenge there is that we're working with a very, very small site. This site is 40% of an acre, and the dimensions on it, east-west dimensions are about 115 feet. The north-south dimension is about 146. So this parking solution that is in front of you today has 2 flat levels of parking entered at different levels. To add a 3rd level, we would have to ramp 1 or 2 of those. The top level, we cannot ramp. We are within an FAA approval on height that would cut a unit out of, or cut a floor of units off of the building. So to go down, in addition to substantial cost, you end up with parking ramps inside the garage that are exceeding 11, 12%, whereas code recommends about 6.6% on any ramp in a garage. So because of the site dimensions and the site constraints, to ramp a garage down it's not impossible, but I don't think we would want to have parking spots on a 10 to 12% grade.
So you could just remove some of the units, right, though?
Ms. Otto, could you speak closer into the
Right.
microphone?
But you could remove some of the units in the building and solve your parking problem too, correct?
Yeah.
I'm only one vote. I know these spaces are probably what, $65,000 a piece.
Yeah.
For a garage. I look at it like, as you know, you, the developer, if you're willing to take the risk, if there's going to be a concern, you're going to be the one that can't lease your units. I don't really see there being that big of an issue. I mean, but I'm just one vote.
You're like 2 blocks from a streetcar stop. And if there were to be anywhere in this city that someone could live without a car, it's going to be in the River Market. So I'm not terribly concerned about it, especially since it sounds like you have other developments where parking's not a major concern to your residents specifically.
Mr. McKee, tell us about one of your other developments.
So we began developing in the River Market in the late 90s and started doing historic renovations with Riverbend Lofts. From Riverbend, we jumped across the street, did West 7th Street Lofts. We completed the restoration of the Richardson Conover building, the old Townley warehouse, the historic water building. At that point, we started running out of historic buildings in the market, and we moved to the east side, purchased the 3.5 acre MTSI cab site that had an old gas station on it, where we did Bridgeworks Lofts in the City Homes project. And more recently, we completed the RM West, the first phase of RM West apartments, 137 units. There's the east boundary of the subject site today.
On the east boundary, okay.
Yeah, so the subject site sits just on the west boundary
Right.
of the last building we completed in the River Market.
And did you need a variance for that, sir?
So, no, but that building, RM West, was completed with no parking itself. And we leased spaces in the 300 Wyandotte garage adjacent. And that ended up going through a lengthy litigation with the owner, where we represented the city and the PIA and ourselves. And that ended up in a reduced parking count from the 137 units. I can't recall how many spots it ended up being approved for. That was 9 years ago. I think it had 100 spots out of the 137, but I would need to check that to clarify that exact number. So yeah, the building we built next door, the 5-story RM West, didn't have any parking in its building on its own. except for 8 spots in a small lot on its northwest corner, 8 or 10.
I think RM West also had NPD site plan zoning, so we had different parking requirements for that.
Okay. I kind of agree with Ms. Otto, but about the restricted parking. Is parking extra cost to the unit holders?
Yes.
And is each unit holder restricted to 1 space, or could they rent 2 or 3 spaces if they wanted to?
I would say we would restrict it initially to 1, but as we lease up, if we have additional spaces available, they could be available first come, first serve.
Right. Of course, I guess it's a matter of the lessees leasing the space, knowing that they will have to park on the street or find other spots. Is 300 Wyandotte, does that have additional parking available?
It does.
And that's through a different owner, and he charges by the month, I'm guessing? Or is he?
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
How many spaces are available in that?
So I'd have to guess, we don't own that, but it's probably has, actually, I don't know. I'd have to find out.
You know if there are any lease agreements that use a certain number of spaces in that structure? That
I'm not sure now. Like I said, about a decade ago, we had a lease with a prior owner that's long gone, so I don't know what's happened with that.
Mr. McKee, do you feel you might be able to get to reduce this parking variance by perhaps getting some lease with the 300 Wyandotte people?
I would say in the past, they haven't been willing to work with a developer on leasing vacant spots on a long-term lease. But I do see that they have like standard parking signs outside that if tenants wanted to lease, I think they could have an opportunity to do so. I know the owner and developer on that, at least in the past, was very protective of any long-term lease on a bulk number of spots. So I don't think that's feasible from us.
All right. Board members, any other questions?
For me, knowing that the city wants to move to more dense, walkable communities, it kind of makes sense to reduce the ratio of parking, knowing that there's other options in the area and not a need to add more garage style parking to this district. And then knowing too that reducing the amount of rents you would get by turning them into parking spots can destroy your project.
Yes.
Financially. So for me, I think it's a risk, but it's a risk that makes sense to take to get more housing in this area, knowing that there's other options. And if the other garage would be willing to at least lease directly to tenants as opposed to you as a building owner or developer, it just would make sense, reducing the need and the congestion, particularly at this corner, with traffic coming in and out from the garage and not being able to see when making left and right turns.
I agree, and I think if there was a actual issue here, I think your lender would have an issue. Normally they're the ones that are asking questions about the parking, and if they're comfortable, then I'm personally comfortable, but.
Discussion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
For docket number 8, case number 45, I move that we approve the variance on the parking ratio requirements in accordance to the staff report.
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Otto,
No.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Very reluctant, but I'll say aye. Project approves.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Want to take a break? We still good? Let's do one more and then we'll take a break at 10:30.
All right, docket item number 9 is case CD-BZA 2025-47, a request to approve a variance to the transit node FAR within the Main Street Overlay District on about 1.9 acres generally located at 20 West Linwood Boulevard, plus any other necessary variances. The staff planner for this case is Anna Naniski. The applicant is here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online. There are no hands raised online.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Let's see. Give me a second here. All right. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Let's start with the gentleman on the
I do, Doug Oven,
address, Doug.
1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas.
Thank you.
I do. David Rezak, 4900 Main, Suite 800, KCMO.
Thank you.
I do. Christina Fenwick, 4900 Main, KCMO, Suite 160.
Thank you. Who's speaking on the case today?
Both myself, David Rezak, and Christina Fenwick.
Great. Whoever wants to answer, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. First of all, do you have any questions on those? And secondly, do I have your permission to admit those?
No questions, and we're fine to admit those.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna on your case. Anna, please tell us about it.
Okay, on Ananiski Development Management Division, this is case CD-BZA 2025-47. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the floor area ratio, FAR, is what I'll probably call it through the rest of this presentation, to construct apartment buildings on the subject site. The subject site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri, more specifically near Main Street, at the intersection of Linwood and Main Street. You can see the property highlighted in yellow. If you're familiar with this area in Midtown, there's the Costco Home Depot complex over to the east, and this is on the west side of Main behind an existing cart lot. And this is a look at the site plan provided by the applicant. You can see the apartment buildings towards the internal portion of the property surrounded by the parking. And then this is a look at the renderings of the buildings also provided by the applicant. But what we're here to talk about today is the FAR, which helps regulate like density and massing on the particular site, because the Main Street Overlay District has very specific standards within its overlay district, which the site is located within. So the Main Street Overlay District is also categorized into sub-districts. One of them is the transit node, and that has an FAR of 1. And the applicant is proposing an FAR of 0.72, which is roughly about a 28% change from the regulation. Though this would not cause a change considering the existing conditions, because it's a vacant lot right now, we do need to consider the precedent that this might set for new development when conforming to the Main Street Overlay District, and how that would affect the character of the whole corridor long term. And a change in design could obviate the need for a variance. So now I'm going to go over the review criteria for a variance, first being A, which is the strict application of the code. And excuse me, in this situation, the Main Street Overlay District, and if that poses any hardships or practical difficulties for the property, that is not applicable to other properties within this zoning district. And there's then one correction that I want to make. It is also noted in the staff report that talks about the applicant's statement of practical difficulty, where it says that there's a higher parking ratio for multifamily developments and there are other projects. Well, from a zoning perspective, it's always one unit, one parking spot. It has nothing to do with the amount of bedrooms that are in that particular unit. That is a preference that some, developers do choose to do, two parking spaces, for example, for 2 bedrooms. But from a zoning perspective, it's always 1-to-1. So there is not a higher parking ratio for this property than other multi-unit developments. And as I mentioned before, a change in site design or building design could obviate the need for this variance, but as stated by the applicant, the intent for this design proposal is to keep development costs low, to provide for some affordable and workforce housing, which of course is much needed for the area. But not to like poke holes in this argument because affordable housing is a very, very, very important. But just to like gauge like, well, what does that mean? What does affordable housing mean in this context? During the CPC testimony, they identified some of these numbers. So of course, the development team can correct me if I am wrong, but the proposed project is going to provide for about 9 affordable housing units out of the 60, and then the rest of the 51 are going to be more workforce housing. So the affordable housing units are going to be at 60% AMI, which is roughly $1,400, which will include some utilities like electricity and gas, and then the remaining 51 workforce housing is 60 to 100% AMI, which would roughly be around $1,600, including that electricity and gas. And from the Census Bureau, the American Community Surveys, this is a number I gathered from 2023. The median gross rent for a 2-bedroom apartment, again from 2023, was roughly $1,229. And then a Google search that Zillow pulled up for the Kansas City, Missouri average rent was about $1,500. So focusing on this type of price points are of course good. They're not choosing to provide, like luxury housing for the area. But it's, it's very median range when it comes to price points in Kansas City, Missouri. When it comes to review criteria B, the purpose of this regulation, so the FAR regulates allowable floor area of building relative to the size of the lot, which determines density and building height ultimately for the property. And as I mentioned before, the Main Street Corridor Overlay District has a more intense FAR, and that is to enforce that city center urban high density environment. So here's some diagrams to help like visualize that representation. If you have a low FAR on a small lot, or excuse me, on a size lot, then you've got a small building that's got that the lot isn't taken up by a lot of the building. But if you've got a high FAR on that same lot, then the building could be bigger or taller. So that's the higher FAR is meant to enforce that high density look around the transportation oriented development that is the Main Street streetcar. And then we have review criteria C, which talks about the substantial justice being done, considering both what the public gains by upholding the Main Street Overlay District versus the practical difficulty imposed on the property owner if the variance is denied. So if the variance is denied, then the development plan would need to be amended to accommodate for that FAR of 1. So for example, combining buildings or adding stories to the proposed buildings, but as acknowledged that this could increase developer costs. And upholding the Main Street Overlay District would continue to encourage that high density transportation oriented development near the streetcar as intended. So that concludes my PowerPoint presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Miss Anna? All right. The site was the old funeral home, is that correct? Which is
Correct.
long gone. Tell us why we should approve your project today.
Well, for David Rizak with Van Trust Real Estate, we're the developer on the project. I may just for a second have Christina Fenwick with our nonprofit group explain the ownership of the project.
Yeah, thank you. So Christina Fenwick, I'm a director of development for a brand new housing nonprofit called the Greater Kansas City Home Ownership Initiative that Van Trust and the Van Tile family are helping to establish and capitalize. So to just add a little bit of context, I know we talked about affordability, but that's the entire goal of this housing nonprofit, and we will be the owner and operator of the project with Van Trust acting as the developer on our behalf. But the idea is to be as efficient as we can in building so that we can provide quality units at affordable prices. Some of these are kind of that capital A affordable at 60%. The remaining we would like to keep below market rate, and that's kind of our goal overall as a nonprofit. We have several other projects, but this would be our first ground up new multifamily project. So again, trying to be very efficient here to provide that type of housing from a nonprofit perspective.
Yeah, and I'll add a little bit. First of all, good morning, board. We're excited to present to you today because of what this project really represents. First of all, with our nonprofit trying to offer 60 affordable and workforce housing units in this area, in the Hospital Hill area. Really, our target demographic are all the first responders and nurses and paramedics and teachers in this area. And so we don't have a percentage that are only going to be affordable in workforce. The whole, all 60 units are. And when we got into, we really challenged our design team, Phelps Engineering and Roseman Architects, to really drill down and make these units as efficient as possible. And to do that, we came up with this 3-story, 2 flats per story, so 6-unit buildings times 10, 60 units total, where they all have 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And that way we get as many wage earners in this development as possible. And to be able to offer 100% of our units to be either affordable or workforce to really address that need in the Hospital Hill area, we're really excited about this. So these buildings are really kind of a nod to the colonnade type buildings that you see kind of in the Midtown area, where they're flats and there's just one stair, there's no elevators, there's no corridor. These are not market rate apartments. We've really squeezed out and drilled down on all the efficiencies so that these things are as economical as possible to drive down those rates that Christina mentioned. So we're really excited about the solution that we have. The FAR, we feel like we know we have as many units as we can put on the site and still be able to park it. With 2-bedroom units, that's 120 beds, and we've got 82 stalls on the site. So we really can't go any lower. We can't add more buildings and reduce the parking count. We can't go any higher without adding elevators and corridors and stairs, which drives cost. This is the recipe and the solution that really meets the mission and goals of the nonprofit to allow 100% of our units to hit that affordable and workforce housing concept. So we appreciate your consideration and approval today on this exciting development.
Mr. Rezek, what's the approximate square footage of each unit? I missed that.
Yeah, I apologize. I should have said that. All 60 units are exactly the same. They're flats, 868 square feet for each of the 2-bedroom, 2-bath units.
Right.
Grew up like I did.
Yeah, yeah.
13 brothers and sisters, and we grew up in an airplane bungalow.
We're hoping the like I said, the demographic, maybe there's 3 or 4 nurses or paramedics that are living here. I mean, up to 4 wage earners per unit. There could be a family of, so that's why we don't have studios. That's why we don't have 1-bedrooms. We're trying to maximize the number of beds, number of units, the appropriate number of parking for that. And it's a recipe and a solution that we think checks those boxes to allow the nonprofit to deliver this to the community.
How many rooms are those flats? How are they configured?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
How are the flats configured? I mean, you said there's 2 bedrooms, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So you walk. So there's one stair. You go into. If you're on the 2nd or 3rd floor, you go up the stair, or even on the 1st floor, you come in and you enter into the living room, and then there's a kind of a kitchen dining area, and then there's the 2 bedrooms. The one bedroom has kind of a master bath, and then there's a bathroom off the corridor for the rest of the unit. So it's very tight, very tight, very tight plan that really checks all the boxes of those units.
And Christina, for the affordability section of it, you said there are 6 units that are affordable.
9.
9, okay, sorry. And are those the same size as the others?
Yes, yeah, it's all the same layout, same size. So we're just having to set aside for 15% of the units at 60% AMI, and the remainder will be below 100%, below market rate.
Do you care where those units are, what building they're in? Are they all in one building? Don't care?
No, no, we won't have them consolidated to one building.
And for the applicant, is there a vetting procedure to get one of the more cheaper units?
They'll have to income qualify, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we talked about parking on the previous case. I heard you say you had, I think, 88 parking spots,
82.
all
Which-
within that area.
Yeah, all
Are they-
surface parked, and that's why we don't have structured parking or anything. These aren't market rate apartments. We've really drilled it down on the efficiencies and really look at it 0.68 stalls per bed. That's maybe another ratio to consider. We feel that's as low as it can go.
Apartments might serve a single parent and a child, so you'd have one car in those situations, correct?
Correct.
And that's common in affordable housing, correct?
You bet. All day.
And you're near the streetcar.
That's right.
Yeah. Half
Yet to
block.
be operating yet, but yes.
That's correct.
I think it's a great project and it's exactly what the city needs, so I'm just one vote.
Thank you.
Motions, anyone?
A motion, I had a question though. Is there a max amount of years required for the affordable housing piece, or is it meant to be long-term for the life of the project?
The intent is for the nonprofit to own it in perpetuity, so self-imposed, right, affordability by the nonprofit owning it. But we are seeking incentives that would have a requirement for 20 years or longer.
I'll make a motion on docket number 9, case number 47. I request that we approve the variance to the transit node FAR for this project.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project. I think it's great for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Sure. We usually take a break at 10:30. We're past that. We're going to take 15 minutes or so. We will be back here at 10:52. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Teresa. Okay.
Probably have an answer for it already.
Look into that two half.
It's not.
That's the intent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it does.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he rides with Otto.
On 28, so it's like the. New Jersey high school.
Fumble fingers there.
Fire a few seconds to get back. All right. Wait, recording in progress? We ready? Okay. Coming back to the, after our break. And Sarah, tell us about the next
Sure.
case.
First, just a reminder to please speak closely into the microphone. It's really more for people online than it is for people in the room. So that reminder first. Our next item is docket item number 10, case CD-BZA 2025-51, a request to approve a variance to the maximum width of a structure on an infill residential lot in an R2.5 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres generally located at 412 Drury Avenue. The staff planner for this case is Connor Tomlin. There is one hand raised online for William Trackus. I'll promote you to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
Thank you. Mr. Trackus, could you turn on your camera and microphone, please, sir, so I can swear you in?
Yes.
I'm looking for you. There you are.
There we are.
Good morning to you.
Morning.
Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath, and if you agree, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. So, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Name and address, please.
William Trackus, 1600 Genesee Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64102.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
And part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, tell us all about it.
Okay, today we have docket item 10 at 412 Drury Avenue, CD-BZA 2025-51. This is an R-2.5 zoning district. A variance request to the maximum width of a proposed structure in an infill area plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow.
Connor, I'm not sure you're sharing your screen.
Let me start over. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you. Sorry. There you go. Thank you.
All right, starting over, docket 10, CD-BZA 2025-51 at 412 Drury Avenue, R2.5 zoning district. Again, that variance request is to the maximum width of a proposed structure in an infill area plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. This is the site plan, and then this is a closer look at the site plan. This slide is the staff infill calculator that helps us determine certain infill criteria. As you can see there in the middle, under building dimensions, we have building width in feet. How this works is if I'm quoting the code correctly, in an infill area, the two closest structures within the context area that average width cannot be exceeded 125% of that average width. And then these are the site plan again, just with some additional notes added to them from the applicant team. I'll allow them to speak that a bit more if they would like to once I finish my presentation. And then getting to the variance itself, it's a variance of 12.8 feet to the maximum width of a structure on an infill lot to permit a maximum width of 39.42 feet on the subject site. The infill residential context area would permit 26.6 feet building width. Again, that's 12.8 feet, which is a 48% change from the requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The character of this neighborhood tends to show narrower building width, which I can go back and show here again in just a moment. This proposed structure is much wider than what is generally seen in this area, and the context area consists entirely of single-family structures from what I could tell on Street View. Obviously, that could be a little bit outdated, but that's what I was able to tell. And the difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as creating a narrower structure to create less of a variance, or it could be redesigned as a top-bottom two-unit structure rather than side-by-side to kind of decrease that maximum width. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Tomlin?
Duplex are allowed in this zone though, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Trackus, why should we approve your project today, sir?
Hi, thank you all for taking the time to review our project today. So we believe by the design of our duplex that we meet the spirit of the infill ordinance code. So the fine print in the municipal code says that the overall building width is measured from the front plane of the structure. And so by offsetting our units to make it appear as two structures, the front plane of the duplex is only 19 feet, which is under the maximum width required. And so as we look at our project impacting future developments on the site, because that dimension is taken from the front plane, it would not allow for larger structures to be built on adjacent lots as well. So it keeps with the character by offsetting the units, and we believe meets the spirit of the neighborhood code.
Other residents on that block, sir, are they about 25 feet? I'm trying to look at a picture here and I see some, but I don't see all.
Most of the lots in the neighborhood are smaller 25 to 35 foot lots. This lot is unique in that it is a almost 50-foot lot, so it really does lend itself to the duplex, side-by-side duplex. And I think as you look at other infill lots, that kind of side-by-side wouldn't be allowed just based on the overall lot width, but we had a unique opportunity with a larger lot.
What about a garage? Garage face the street?
There's no garage on these units. And there's no other garages facing the street. There is alley access off the rear. But per the code, for duplexes, off-street parking is not required.
All right. Board members, questions? Mr. Trackus?
Was this lot formerly filled with a structure and demolished?
We believe so. The property was in land bank for the past number of years. And so our client purchased it through a land bank. It's been sitting vacant for over a decade.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Connor, I should know this. Drury Avenue is in the northeast section. Where is this?
let's see here.
You probably put it up on your
There
map.
you go.
Oh, there it is.
That's correct. It's in the Indian Mound neighborhood. We've had great relationships with the neighborhood organization there. They're in full support of this development. We had a small groundbreaking recently on building some excitement around this. That was attended by Representative Cleaver, who will be funding a large part of this project.
Okay. Thank you for that information, sir. And Mr. Tomlin. Board members.
I have a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Otto.
In case number 51, docket number 10, I move that we approve the variance request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer. Or was that
Hayes.
Hayes? Sorry. You're quiet over there. I'm looking. Thank you. From Mr. Hayes. Sarah.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. William, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Go anywhere, Connor.
Or I'm staying seated.
Docket item number 11 is case CD-BZA 2025-55, a request to approve variances to the infill lot and building standards in an R2.5 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.21 acres, generally located at 1536 Madison Avenue. Staff planner for this case is Connor Tomlin. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand to be promoted to panelists or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. So I'm going to promote Lonnie Shanks, who is the applicant, to panelist, and then we have several other hands raised online. And Chris Carnaze, property owner, is being promoted to panelist. Sydney Milstein is being promoted to panelist. Leslie Neff. You have 4 people online, including the applicant and the property owner,
We have 2 up front.
in addition to the people here.
Great. Let's everyone got to administer the oath, so please raise your right hands. And if you agree, please state I do. We'll do the virtual people first, which would be Lonnie, Chris, and Sydney.
And
Les-
Leslie Neff.
And who?
Leslie
Yeah.
Neff.
Okay, great.
You would all please turn on your cameras and microphones.
Thank you. I think I see everyone there. Do you, Sarah, do you see everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So again, please raise your right hands, including the gentleman here in the audience. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, remember to state your name and your address. Let's start with the virtual audience. I think it's Chris.
Yes. I'm not sure why my camera's not working, but Chris Carnese, 5352 Neosho. I'm sorry, that's where I live now. 1538 Madison, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
Is that an I do?
I do.
Thank you. I think I had down here Sydney, I think.
Oh.
Is that right?
Lonnie Shanks is
Oh.
the applicant.
Okay. Lonnie?
Yes, sir.
Name and do you agree, and home address or address?
Lonnie Shanks. I do. 15105 Joler Creek Road, Camden Point, Missouri, 64018.
Sydney Milstein.
Sydney,
You're on mute.
are you on mute? Yep. Can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I do.
State your name and address, please, Sydney.
Sydney Milstein, 1537 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
Great.
And Leslie Neff.
Leslie Neff, I do. 1600 Madison Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. Gentlemen in the live audience.
Jamie Walker, 1542 Madison Avenue, and I do affirm and swear.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Ian DeGallen, I do 300 West 11th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105.
Great. And I hear Ian is your first name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who's speaking on the case? I'm guessing that'd be Lonnie.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do we have your permission to enter them?
I do not, and yes, you do.
Okay, great. Mr. Tomlin is the administrator on this case, so please tell us all about it, Connor.
Okay, today we have docket number 11, CD-BZA 2025-55, located at 1536 Madison Avenue. Again, this is an R2.5 zoning district. A request for numerous variances to the infill lot and building standards to permit a new front rear style duplex on an infill lot, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. Here we have the site outlined in yellow. This is a street view of what that area looks like at the moment. It would be this vacant lot past this home. A look at the site plan. This is an elevation. Some additional elevations of the front and rear. Again, more elevations of the structure as a whole. Variance request A is a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway from the street when an improved alley is present on the subject site. Again, that's a complete deviation. Of substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Houses in this area appear to utilize the alley for vehicular uses if one is present. And this difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as keeping the drive access limited to that alley. Variance request B is a variance of 8% to the maximum impervious surface of the front yard. This is a 20% increase over the maximum percentage that's allowed in the front yard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties in this area appear to be generally compliant with this requirement. This difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as, again, keeping the drive access limited to the alley, or they could narrow that driveway to reduce that total impervious surface. Variance request C is a variance of 18% to the maximum width of a garage to permit a garage that is 58% of the ground level facade on the subject site. This is a 45% increase over the maximum facade width of the front doors. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While the property does not have a contest area, structures with front-loaded garages in the immediate area are generally compliant with this requirement. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as removing that front-loaded garage and having the parking limited to the rear or on the street. As I just said, this would promote street parking in front of the property or limiting vehicle traffic to the drive of that proposed alley. And then just going back to the street view, you can see that this is kind of just a dead-end street here. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Connor, any other homes on this street that do have front-loaded garage?
I don't believe so. You have this home here to the south, however, the drive and it appears the garage would be off of the West 16th Street. Those homes across the street on Madison Avenue there, I don't believe had front-loaded garages.
Back, are they garages in back? I can't tell from your site plan.
So right here where my mouse is,
yes,
that's the alley. All of these homes here to the west of the subject site are all accessed from the alley.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Tomlin, board members? Lonnie Shanks, you're asking for a lot of variances today. Tell us why we should grant those.
Yes, sir. Well, first, again, my name's Lonnie Shanks with JCA, Joler Creek Architects, and my client, Mr. Carnazzi, Chris Carnazzi, is present and will have a few things to say after me. And I want to thank the board and I want to thank everybody that's there to give us the time to present this. And I have my items wrote down. So if I sound like I'm reading a little bit, it's because I am reading a little bit to help me remember the key points.
Go ahead.
So the proposal concerns a property for Chris Carnazzi that Connor did a great job of laying out the basic facts. Chris bought this property in 2005. His intent was to develop a 2-unit dwelling to accommodate himself, his aging father, other family members that are aging, or a second tenant. We originally designed the project in April of 2023, well before that, but we submitted it in April of 2023. And it had a garage on the front facing Madison and a garage on the back facing the alley. This was approved and permitted. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of the ability to find a good quality contractor to do this building and escalating lumber cost at the time, Mr. Carnazzi had to put the project on the shelf for a little bit and allow him some time to negotiate with more contractors and try to find better prices. Subsequently, when he found someone and we re-upped this, the previous one had expired. So we made a few changes to the plan to help accommodate budget, and we resubmitted the plans for review again for the second time. Unfortunately, during this time, there was a challenge related to the new infill standards not allowing the garage door facing Madison, which was already approved before, but now the infill standards kicked in, like Connor had kind of talked about. In order to keep this project moving forward, we removed the garage on Madison and modified it to an office space. We left the operable doors on the front, which would allow the tenant on the north, the Madison side, the ability to open the doors in nice weather and have a small patio space outside of those areas. This was permitted, and we are at the point of getting the joist submitted and reviewed by the engineer and resubmitted to Compass. And we put that on hold as we wanted to schedule a pre-application meeting with Connor and discuss our options on getting this garage back in. So the reversal regarding the garage allowance stemming from the application of the infill standards presented a significant hardship for Mr. Carnazzi. And it's important to note from the pre-application meeting with Connor, when we looked at the context area, and as far as that goes, the entire block north of 16th is what we kind of looked at as a whole. Looking at the broader block, it includes a total of 13 lots. 10 of those lots have houses. Out of those 10 houses, there's 5 houses that have garages that either face their primary street or 16th Street. Conversely, only 3 of those houses have garages accessed via the alley that we looked at. So, in conclusion, that's what we'd like to present, and we'd like you guys to entertain approval of this variance. Thank you.
So back in 23, you had approval for the garage in the front and the back. And then when you re-permitted it, it was just to have the garage in the back and a patio area possibly up front. And now you've changed your mind to have a garage up front.
Correct.
Is there still a garage entrance in the back?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, that answers my quick questions. Of course, we've got to have other people testify, but board members, any other questions of Mr. Shanks?
So the current plan that has the garage door in the back, do all 4 cars drive in through the back door? Is it a tandem style? I'm trying to understand these plans that I have here, if these are the accurate plans.
That was a little hard for me to hear, but I think I got it. Okay. She's asking if the garage in the alley has room for 4 vehicles. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm wanting to understand from the current design, if you only had a back entrance, is it a tandem style that you'd all have 4 cars would be stacked and you'd have to back one out to get another one out?
No, there's not enough room. There's only enough room for 2 cars in the rear.
Okay.
Can I step in here or do I have to wait?
No, go ahead and give us your comments.
ahead.
Yeah, related to your question, there is approximately a 4-foot offset between the Madison elevation and the alley elevation. So when you come approximately halfway into the unit, it steps up, and that makes it difficult to do tandem parking as well.
Is that a grade? Is that related to a grade?
Yes.
The property, or is that just a design preference?
Correct, the grade of the property.
grade.
I wasn't looking at the screen. Is that you, Chris, who's speaking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes. My cat is beating at the door. Sorry if you hear something.
Nope. Okay. Board members, any other questions?
I would want to hear if there's people here not.
Yeah, so do I. Sydney, I think I'll let other people respond in a minute, but Sydney, do you want to give us your comments?
Sure. Thank you very much. I live directly to the west of Mr. Carnazy's property off the alley. You saw that in your overhead. That was specifically built for the purpose of preventing the construction of front-facing garages. Like many of the West Side neighbors in the immediate area, I'm in opposition to the variance requested for a wide garage and driveway facing Madison for this proposed new house. To paraphrase the remarks of a neighbor and business owner of several properties in the West Side, we are a small urban neighborhood that is a mix of historic and contemporary homes. The West Side is unique in that most of the homes do not have garages, and the great majority have only street parking. We are also unusual in that we have functional alleys like the one I mentioned, where garages like mine have been constructed. Of utmost importance, the conditions that I mentioned make the neighborhood a walkable and neighborly location to live. If we begin to grant variances for concrete driveways and extra wide garage doors as the greeting to the street of our houses, we will lose the character and integrity of the West Side. The specific project asking for the variance already has a newer alley behind the house, built precisely for driveway and garage access, like where my garage is. This property does not need an additional garage facing the front as well as a garage facing the back of the lot. In keeping with the layout and streetscape of the neighborhood, garage access via the rear of the lot of this residence would be the best and most appropriate solution. I, along with many of the neighbors, am asking the members of the BZA not to set a precedent of granting variances for concrete stretches of driveway and full front garages as the face of the house to this unique neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sydney. I'm looking at a map. Are you directly to the west? It looks like a two-story
Correct.
home. Yeah. With a
No, it's a
garage.
one-story.
One
I'm a
story.
one-story home.
And that garage is right
There's a
there on the
garage right off
alleyway.
the alley. Yes.
Okay. And the alleyway does look new. We've seen other cases where the alleyways are totally overgrown. Yours looks relatively new.
It was constructed, I believe, in 2004.
And it only goes one way. There's no exit on the other side other than 16th Street, your only access.
Correct. If you stretch to the north, there's a fence, MoDOT fence, and then there's I-670 below.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Board members, questions of Ms. Sydney? Leslie, I think you're next.
I am a neighbor of Sid's. I live a house there's one house between mine and this lot at 1600 Madison. I live in one of the older homes. My home was built in the 1870s. So we have no driveways, we have no garages, we all park on the streets. And I'm in complete agreement with Sid's statement. My only objection to this is the front-facing driveway and garage, especially the one that stretches the whole width of the property. I'm afraid that if you allow this variance to happen, then that just opens it up. We have two more empty lots on the north side of this one. Somebody could build there and do the same thing. And so the whole block down there just turns into driveways, street-facing driveways. So that's my concern about this project.
Thank you, Leslie. And again, you're to the north.
I am to the, I'm sorry, I'm to the east. I'm sorry, I'm to the south. I'm to the south of him.
Okay.
I'm on the other side of 16th.
16th, yes.
Right on the corner. Right on the corner of 16th and Madison. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I have down here Jamie. Oh, Jamie up here. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Walker, and
Talking to the microphone.
Speaking to the mic. I don't know if it's on, but I'll.
It
Can you hear?
feels like it's on. Go ahead and say something.
My wife and I live immediately next to this property. We're at 1542 Madison, and we've been there for 12 years. And I think Sid encapsulated the feeling of all the people in the neighborhood that this garage. I received a letter from Chris. I guess we all did. The proposed applicant here, the owner, and he said that. In the letter to all of us, he said the turning radius of the alley, off the alley, is just not big enough for some of my cars. And I would like to enter my new building from the Madison side. I don't know how many cars this gentleman has, but as Sydney's presentation and Leslie said, everybody uses the alley who has access to it now. It's a brand new alley, or it looks new. Nobody has any problem with the length of their cars or their SUVs getting in and out of the alley. So basically, I agree that this variance is just not, it's not needed. And it does set a dangerous precedent. There are two other vacant lots right next to this 1536 that's undeveloped right now. And there's another lot right across the street on the corner of 16th and Madison. And if someone builds on those lots, they'll need street parking. And right now, this gentleman is looking to take away potential street parking down the road by having this wide alley that sounds more like a gas station garage with a back and forward entrance. It's just totally not needed. It's out of character, and nothing personal against this gentleman at all. I'm sure he's a nice fella, and we look forward to having him in the neighborhood. But I don't think this variance is at all needed and does damage the character of the neighborhood, as Sid talked about. Thank you for your consideration.
Jamie, real quick question. So you do share the alleyway. You use the alleyway?
No, we have a garage, a two-car garage on 16th Street.
That's that home there. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're right on the corner there at 16th and Madison, a newer design place, and we have a two-car garage. And there, it's Madison. It's not, or excuse me, it's 16th Street. It's not Madison. Madison, if you see from the photographs up and down, these are new houses, old houses, all kinds of different folks, which makes the neighborhood great. And everybody parks on the street because that's what's available.
Okay.
And I don't think it's a good idea to start cutting away at street parking here.
Right.
Thank you. I
Ian?
appreciate it.
Where's Ian? There he is.
Hello. Just a couple of quick things. So Jack Merriman, who owns the lot just immediately to the north of the subject site, is out of town, asked me to come here and say a couple of things. So Jack, like many of the other people who've already testified, just wanted to say he thought this was a significant departure for the neighborhood, maybe a dangerous precedent. And what he was sort of confused about is when he was reading the staff report, there's talk about a hardship. And he couldn't understand, in this case, what the hardship was that would justify granting the variance. That's it.
Thank you, Ian. On behalf of Mr. Merriman. So, Mr. Shanks and to Chris, the infill ordinance was created a few years ago, or maybe not that long ago, to protect the interest of neighbors so the streets are more walkable. It's more a friendly appearance as you're going down the street, either by foot or by car. I'm sad that you were not able to do the project back in 2023 when you had the approvals, but the things have changed since then. I, for one, am not in favor of the front-facing garage in this situation. We gave, we do give variances for that, but usually it's in an area that has a bunch of front-facing garages already, and where there's no access to an alleyway in back. So maybe you'd like to come back with a different proposal. The house looks nice. I like the house. It's just that front-facing garage, sir. That's one.
Can I say something here?
Of course you can, Chris.
Hi, thank you. One of the reasons of this is the lot size. We have looked at putting a basement under this property for storage because that's really the only way we can go down, and it's cost prohibitive. The lot is so small that most of it would have to be beamed, a suspended slab for the parking of the garage. That's really the hardship here. I don't have a lot of cars. I'm not looking to collect a lot of cars. I have a 1997 town car, far from a collector car, but it's 22 feet. And I tried to park that from that alley. It might get in there if there's nobody parked in the driveway, but it makes it hard. But I agree with you that this is different for the neighborhood. I didn't think it was a problem because we first applied and had no problem. I did not hear about the infill standard until we applied the second time. It's also a hardship to go back and redesign this property and try to, take that off the front. And I just don't know where I'm going to get the storage. I don't know. I know some of the properties along that alley have basements, but I don't. And I just don't know a $1 million house that has no basement. I'm willing to work with the neighbors. I talked to Sid last night. I talked to Kathy last night or texted. I'm open. We can put a green driveway in off Madison. We can reduce it to one car garage if that works. And in communicating with Kathy, I know that walkability, that appealing look of a typical street is important. I can look at putting a balcony of sorts along the front above the front space there. I mean, I'm open. I'm not trying to ram this through. But if I can't figure out some way to get more storage, I don't think this project is doable. And it's really a bite, given that we've put so much money into it based on that first permit. I thought we were good to go. Didn't realize there would be such concern. But I'm open. I think a green driveway in the front for one car. If nothing else, we could keep the garage doors that are there. They are already permitted, and just have it as a living space on the inside. And I'd be willing to look at different design options for the garage doors so they don't look as garagey. But I've just got to have some storage up there. It's been a long time coming, me building this property. I bought this property from Kathy, years ago, and we had talked about having a community-based kind of neighborhood. And I love that idea. That's always been why I've wanted to live up there. It's just that when you get into building it, you find out that there are some restrictions that you can't handle. So I don't know how we do any of these possible discussions about changing, but I'm open to that. But I'm on the fence here. I mean, if they don't want it, they don't want me, that's fine. I can move on. But I think it's a great property. It is a good looking property. It doesn't look like a 2-unit property, which it really isn't. Some people have called it a duplex. This has been approved in both submissions for the permit to allow that secondary living unit. And I don't think it's out of line to ask for more storage. So that's really where I am. I'm a little, exhausted with this whole thing, but I'm willing to work with people. But if you all want to deny it, we have to come back with something else. I guess maybe that's where we are.
Well, there
Thank you.
is one other potential option, unless things have changed since I resigned and came back.
Yes.
There could be a continuance of this case to let you have further discussions with the neighbors to see if there's anything fruitful that could come out of those discussions, rather than having this board deny. I do think again, am one board member. I'm always clear to say that. I do have an issue with this in light of what the ordinance requires. But a continuance would perhaps save you another filing fee if the neighbors wanted. And if at that point the neighbors are still adamantly opposed, then you could withdraw your application and start over.
I would agree to that.
But if that's still something the board considers and is reasonable about, I always think it's favorable for an applicant that is willing to still have conversations with their neighbors, because for the 28 years I was on this board before I recently have come back, one of my favorite questions was, what do your neighbors think? So I think it's important that you want to live around people that like you. So anyway.
Yeah.
So if you'll agree to that, sir, I certainly would propose such a motion.
I will agree.
And so you could have a 1, 2, or 3 month extension. What are you thinking that you would like to have, sir?
Oh, I think 2. Lonnie, what do you think?
You didn't say anything. Lonnie?
Sorry about that. I was muted. Yeah, 2 months would be plenty.
All right. And so go to, I think 2 is too good.
July 23rd.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, I was trying to look at my calendar. It sounds like the applicant is willing for a 2-month extension or 2-month moratorium, come back in July 23rd.
So moved.
Yes. We have a motion from Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you in a couple months. Hopefully you can get this worked out, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, see you.
Bye-bye.
Number 13, I think.
Docket item number 13 is case CD-SUP 2025-7, a request to approve a major amendment to a special use permit for an addition on about 7.91 acres generally located at the southwest corner of East 83rd Street and Holmes Street. The staff planner for this case is Larissa Chambi, and the applicant is present. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen. Almost good afternoon. I'm going to ask each of you to raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly, as I administer the oath, please say I do, along with your name and address. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yeah, I do.
Name and address. You, sir? You're the first. Take the middle one. Go ahead. You're on.
Yes, my name is Daniel Chavis.
Thank you, Daniel.
My address is 5220 South Megan Drive, Independence, Missouri.
And I think I heard you say I do.
I do.
Let's go with this gentleman.
My name is Wendell Tolbert. I live in Lee Summit, and I do.
Okay, great. We'd like to have an address, if you don't mind, sir.
4024 Northeast Woodridge Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you.
64064.
And the last gentleman?
My name is James Marshall, and I do. And my address is 8668 North Allenton Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64154.
Perfect. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 9, I believe. I'm not quite there yet, but I'll be there in just a second. Yes, 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Okay, great. James, are you speaking on the matter today? Are you speaking on this motion today?
Yes, I can do
Okay,
that.
as the representative.
Yes.
So those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by our friend Miss Larissa, who we've not heard from today.
All right, I'll share my screen and we can get started. Okay. All right, so my name is Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division. This is a special use permit for 8310 Holmes Road. And this is the subject property. It's located in the Waldo area. And then just a zoomed in look, it's at the corner of 83rd and Holmes Road. And this is what the subject property looks like today. And then just an overlook again, just giving you an idea of the surrounding neighborhoods and the previously occupied Robeson Middle School over to the northeast of the site. The applicant is proposing an 11,213 square foot addition to the existing building. And then this slide shows the two access points that are proposed to be removed with this application. And that includes the access point and the entire parking lot on this side of the property. The applicant is proposing to add 70 new parking stalls, and you can see those highlighted in a darker gray. And that brings the total parking to 147 parking spaces for both buildings. And then the applicant did provide an updated landscape plan after discussing with staff. And so all of the landscaping is compliant with code. And then here are a few elevations of the addition. The proposed construction materials are EFIS and CMU and pre-finished metal panels and of course brick along that bottom half of the building. And then the two other elevations as well. And the special use permit does comply with these criteria, but I did want to highlight just a few. So criteria A, it does comply with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. The applicant did work with staff to enhance those construction materials prior to City Plan Commission. And then criteria B is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have an significant adverse impact. The building is currently operating as a church, and it's expected that the church will have the same hours and will not increase any traffic generation. And so that kind of ties in with criteria D as well. And then here's a couple pictures of the site. So this is from the corner of Holmes Road and East 83rd Street. And then a direct view onto the site and highlighting just the area where the structure will go. And then a view from the corner of Cherry Street and East 83rd Street. And that white trailer that you see, that's that parking lot that's going to be removed with this application as well. And so with that, the City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions for the special use permit.
Okay, questions of staff? Wendell, Daniel, James, why should we approve your project today, sir?
Well, first of all, it's been a church for many, many years. We did have a special use permit back in 2011 for this property with a different footprint. It was a much larger, it was a two-story building at that time. We've changed it to a one-story building, and we have a connection way to the existing building rather than having it abutted up against the existing building. This had to be done because of costs. Back in 2011, we had the project approved, and then cost started escalating. And the church has worked very diligently to try to raise funds for this. And today we are here seeking approval so we can build the church. The church is in a good, solid church. It's been in business for 52 years. It has been located at 17th and Benton Boulevard prior to acquiring this property. When the church first bought the property, which is about how many years ago, Dan?
I think 2002 we purchased.
2002. Benjamin Banneker Charter Academy occupied the building. They leased the church building at that time, and there were church activities at that time as well. So it's been an ongoing type of activity there. So we look forward to getting this approved so we can apply for a building permit. We're about to that stage right now. And so we appreciate all of your time and your efforts that you put into volunteering for this position and being here and overseeing our city's regulations. So with that, unless Dan has something to say, or Wendell, anything to add?
We're a part of the Waldo Tower Association, homeowners association, and we've attended some of their meetings, and quite frankly, the neighborhood loves us. When we first occupied the space, the grass was waist high. It was a rundown, dilapidated building, and Pastor Dan and the church helped recover this space and brought it back to useful use. And that's when Benjamin Banneker came in to lease the space and use it as a charter school. And we are now at a position where the growth and trying to aid the community, we wanted to enlarge our space. And we think we'll be an asset to that community.
How big is your congregation?
Somewhere between 200 and 250.
I'm one board member. I appreciate your site plan. I like the fact that you have brought the parking closer to the building, which brings the green space around the church and its operations further away from the homes, which is nice. So I think this looks like a good plan.
James or Daniel, do you have any concerns about the conditions set forth by the City Planning Commission in their recommendations?
No, we don't.
Okay, great.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
On docket item 13, case 7, I move that we grant the approve the requested major amendment to the special use permit in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Otto.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Strong eye. Good luck. Thank you very
Thank
much. See
you.
ya.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Keep being good neighbors.
Yeah. All right. Jump into docket 15, I think.
Docket item number 15 is case CD-BZA 2025-35. A request to approve variances to the Boulevard and Parkway standards for a food and beverage retail sales use on about 1.79 acres generally located at 1307 West 79th Street. The staff planner for this case is Anna Naniski. I believe I have A. Meyer that I'll promote to panelist, and Dan Finn, promote Dan Finn to panelist also. You are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case. Please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
And this is Judd Clausen with Phelps Engineering. Also, I was sworn in on a prior case.
We're going to swear you in again, though.
Okay, thank you.
Just those two?
3.
So I heard Mike and Dan, and we have Judd.
A. Meyer,
Andy Meyer.
Okay.
Dan Finn, and Judd Clausen.
Good morning. This is Andy Meyer with Gasting Walker Architects, 817 Wyandotte.
Great. Andy, Dan, and Judd, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Andy, let's start with you.
I do. Andy Meyer, 817 Wyandotte, KCMO.
Thank you. Dan?
I do. Dan Finn, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas.
And Mr. Judd, back again.
Thank you. Judd Clausen, CLAUSSEN with Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas, and I do.
Thank you. Gentlemen, who's going to be speaking on the case today?
I will. Andy Meyer.
Thank you, Andy. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do we have your permission to admit them?
I do not have any questions, and I do admit you to permit them.
Thank you. And Andy, Anna's going to present the case. That's one of the exhibits.
Yep.
Okay, on Ananiski Development Management Division, this is case CD-BZA 2025-35. The applicant is seeking approval of several variances related to the development of 2 commercial buildings on the subject site. So the subject site is located in the Ward Parkway Warrenel portion of Kansas City, Missouri. More specifically, it is at the intersection of Ward Parkway and West 79th Street. So if you're familiar with this part of town, if you are heading south towards Ward Parkway Mall, Ward Parkway kind of bends towards that direction, and there's an existing commercial site, formerly the McGonagall's building. Now it's Fairway Meat Market. Yes, very excited. And this site, along with 3 parcels to the south of that main existing parcel, is being redeveloped so they can develop 2 new buildings. One will remain the Fairway Meat Market building, and then the second building is going to be a general tenant retail building. So the 2 variances in question are circled in this perspective of the proposed new site. You've got the general tenant building to the north within the Fairway Meat Market building circled with variance A, which is going to be related to the glazing of the boulevard standards, boulevard and parkway standards, and variance B, which has to do with outdoor lighting. So variance A, as I mentioned, is about the glazing materials on that facade that faces Ward Parkway. So if adjacent to and within 100 feet of a parkway, those structures have to provide a minimum of 30% transparency on the ground level facade facing that parkway. The zoning and development code specifically defines transparency as windows, doors that allow for clear views into the outdoor space. And so to qualify as transparent, they can't be mirrored, they can't be darkly tinted, there can't be anything there to obscure the visibility inside and out. Well, the proposed development for the Fairway Meat Market building is proposing to have that facade that faces Parkway to be this non-transparent spandrel glazing. So it's going to look like a window, but it won't function as a window. You won't be able to see inside and out. And this is a choice provided by the development team because as a grocery store, food and beverage retail sales, there's some storage, back of house storing, display of food goods that don't work well with a big window, with sun blaring through it that could damage product. You'd be maybe seeing some back of house coolers. Does not meeting the intent of why those windows should be there. So variance A, as I mentioned before, is a variance to the parkway standards, the glazing component. It's all of the glazing on that side of the structure. This is a complete deviation. However, we don't believe it will cause a substantial change considering existing conditions. The existing building is not meeting the parkway standards. It was built before the parkway standards were adopted. And though the applicant is installing physically those windows that meet the spatial requirements that the parkway provides, it's not meeting the transparent portion of that glazing requirement. A change in design could obviate a need for the variance. However, as I mentioned before, the back of house layout or storage of those food goods near those windows provides that challenge, which would make redesigning challenging. Now I'm going over the review criteria associated with that variance. Review criteria A, the strict application of the zoning and development code. Is it providing any unnecessary hardships for that site that is not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district? So I mentioned before, the hardship identified by the applicant is that building layout constraints related to food and beverage retailers and how that conflicts with providing that amount of glazing. Review criteria B talks about the purpose of the zoning development code. Why does this code portion of the regulation exist? So the boulevard and parkway standards were adopted to promote that high level architecture and lots of scenic experiences along these types of corridors. As I mentioned before, they are meeting the spatial requirement for those windows to exist. However, they're not functioning as windows. So it meets the design intent, but not the functionality intent of the parkway standards. And review criteria C has to do with substantial justice being done when you're considering the public benefit that is secured by upholding the zoning and development code versus the hardship on the property owner if the request is denied. So the public benefit secured by the parkway standards is upholding those standards. The look of the building will be there, and it will function with that pedestrian-oriented intent of the code of the glazing of seeing into the building. The individual hardship on the property owner is that the development plan would need to be redesigned, which may affect the layout or functionality of that particular building. And the second variance attached to this case, which is not in the staff report because I caught this after it was published, but it is the outdoor lighting variance associated with it. So there's spillover light that is going to spill over onto the Ward Parkway side. You can see that listed here. The zoning and development code says that the spillover light cannot exceed 0.18 foot candles onto an R-zoned property or 1 foot candle onto public rights of way. As I mentioned before, we're talking about the public right of way here. This is increasing the spillover light between 85% at its lowest point and 680% at its highest. The proposal will change existing conditions considering could cause a change in the neighborhood considering existing conditions. However, the proposed project is adjacent to a commercial shopping district, so I'll show some diagrams of that later. And a change in design could obviate the need for this variance. So since I caught this after the staff report was published, I do not have a statement of practical difficulty associated with this variance like you would see for the other variance. It's very specific to that variance in the staff report. But we were having lots of conversations about the spillover light that was adjacent to the residential side on both the east and the south, which they did revise to meet those requirements. So the spillover light does not exceed zoning and development code regulations for the residential sides, just for that commercial facing Ward Parkway side. And then we have review criteria B, which talks about consistency with the zoning and development code. Why does the spillover light regulation exist? Again, that's to reduce light pollution and nuisances. However, in this case, where the spillover light exceeds the zoning and development code is adjacent to Ward Parkway and other commercial buildings. So there's less of a concern of light pollution and nuisances. So this is a little diagram of what I'm talking about here. You've got about 187 feet between one of the portions of the parcel where the meat market is located, adjacent to another commercial building, as well as, let me move this. There are a few residential homes on that bend of Ward Parkway as you're heading towards the site. However, that is also over 100 feet away. So review criteria C is considering the public benefits secured by upholding the zoning and development code or the hardship imposed by the onto the property owner. The public benefits is that this would reduce a little bit of light pollution in the area. The individual hardship, considering, which is that they would have to revise their plans, but considering the location of the proposed project, an increase in spillover light right there on the public right-of-way would not result in substantial harm to the general public. If the variances are denied, like I said before, they would have to amend their outdoor lighting plan. So that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anna, can you go back to the diagram you had to begin with showing the proposed 2 new buildings? There you go. So the building on the left,
Thinking about it so hard. Okay.
there it goes. There you go. No, not yet. I'll catch up. The building on the left is the existing.
No, these are both going to be brand new buildings.
Okay.
So all of the existing buildings will be demolished, and then the one to the north, which is to my left, is the proposed tenant building. Within the one to the south, circled here, is the future new
Market.
Fairway Meat Market.
Okay. All right. And we have no projected uses of the other building as yet.
Not as of right now, to city staff's knowledge.
All right, board members, other questions of staff?
I'm very familiar with this area. I drive by it probably almost daily.
Right.
And, you know, it's an interesting little corner, but this will be an interesting design, and I don't think it's going to have a bad effect on the neighborhood. I think it'll probably be positive. So anyway.
All right. Andy, tell us why we should approve the project unless Dan or Judd is speaking on your behalf.
No, I will be. Andy Meyer. Thanks, everyone, and thank you, Anna, for the very thorough presentation there. I think Anna outlined it very well for us. This is one of the last steps that we have in this process after already going through CPC review. I think the big one is we come into this, we knew with our client that we wanted to fit into the neighborhood and kind of make this a better spot for them. Part of that was the challenge of providing the 33% transparency. We knew that from the beginning, but as designers and the owner took a big stance here to kind of make that west facade a little more dynamic, knowing that some of this would be brought up. We do have a drop-off area for our pickup area for food over there. And as you can see, there's articulation in the facade, and we did include windows. Granted, they are spandrel glass. Now, I would argue that the spandrel glass is not mirrored and it's not darkly tinted. It essentially has a coating on the inside layer of the glass. And as you probably are familiar with, as you drive by, you'll see a lot of spandrel glass throughout the area. It does still appear to be glass, but you cannot see in. So that was kind of our challenge here, and I feel like we've met the code here, other than providing the transparency, and we understand that, but also programmatically for a grocery store, it's very hard to have those be vision glazing, especially with the back of house areas and the deterioration on some of the items within that.
What's the purpose of the building, the other one?
Currently, right now, that is just a retail space that will be, they will be looking for tenants to occupy that space. But at this point in time, it is just a speculative retail building.
Anna, any parking issues?
No.
Okay. Board members, further questions? And Dan or Judd, do you want to throw anything in here?
Just on the lighting issue, it's really just to connect, that driveway to Ward Parkway. You kind of notice it's a fairly long driveway right there. And there is existing street lighting on Ward Parkway along that side of Ward Parkway as well. So I think it'll be very consistent with what the drivers and folks along Ward Parkway are experiencing already.
Thank you, Judd.
Nothing further to add for me.
Okay. And any neighbor concerns on the south?
No neighbor concerns. We did have a neighborhood meeting as part of our CPC meeting. The questions were regarding screening of that to the residential to the south, and that neighbor was on the call, and a couple other neighbors who were adjacent to that. We talked about how the landscaping screening will be utilized there for the back of the building, and then also screening around the trash enclosure, which is on the southeast corner of the site. Seemed to be positive response from the neighbors during that meeting.
Thank you, Andy.
Questions? I have a motion if there's no.
Perfect. Miss Otto, go ahead.
On case number 35, docket number 15, I move that we grant the variances requested in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Miss Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with the project. Look forward to seeing it. Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Thank you all.
So is it lunchtime or is it?
It's,
Okay, yeah, then we should probably take a lunch break till 12:40. What did we do? 30 minutes? I can't remember. 30 minutes. So 12:35. Good. Okay, we're adjourned. And we are in case number. Welcome to the afternoon session of the May 28th Board of Zoning Adjustment. What's our next case, Sarah?
Our next case is docket item number 16, case CD-BZA 2025-42, a request to approve a variance to subtenant signage size in a UR zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 1.18 acres generally located at 4622 Pennsylvania Avenue. Renee Spires, I'm going to promote to panelist. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Do we have one person online?
Okay. It's going to take me just a second to get the attachment open. It'll just be a moment. Thank you. Did you say her name was Sarah?
Renee?
Oh, Renee from the sign
I'm
company.
pronouncing that correctly?
Renee, could you turn on your camera and microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
And please state your name and address for the court reporter, please.
Renee Spires, 1401 Northwest 38th Street, Casey Mo, 64116.
Okay. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Great. One of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, please tell all about this.
Okay, this is docket number 16, CD-BZA 2025-42, located at 4622 Pennsylvania Avenue. This is a UR zoning district. A variance request to the maximum size of a subtenant sign to permit that subtenant signage to exist larger than what is currently permitted. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, just north of West 47th Street. Just to give some prior case history for context, this property was rezoned under ordinance 140476 from a B4-5 district to UR. It also approved a development plan that served as a preliminary plat. CD-BZA 2021-80 was a request to approve several sign variances for 2 projecting signs on the east facade of the subject site. And then CD-BZA 2022-192 was a request to approve a sign variance to install a wall sign on the south facade of the building. CPS 2025-109 is the sign permit currently submitted for the signage that's before you all today. This is a look at the sign that's being proposed. You can see outlined in red at the bottom there below the text, 142 square feet is the size. This is an elevation showing what it would look like. And then this is just another elevation of the building as it currently exists. Previously at this location, a cross-first sign was existing here at a size of 208 square feet. This sign is to replace the existing cross-first sign, and the new sign would be about 65 square feet smaller. The variance request is a variance of 130 square feet to the maximum size of a subtenant wall sign to permit a subtenant wall sign of 142 square feet on the subject site. Again, that's 130 square feet variation or 1,083% increase from the 12-foot requirement or 12 square foot requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as the proposed sign is smaller than the one that currently exists. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as proposing a smaller sign to reduce the total variance amount. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
So Connor, to be sure, this is to replace the existing cross-first sign with a new sign.
Yes, I'm sure Renee can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe CrossFirst is rebranding. I could be wrong. It's not a new tenant, but I'll allow her to speak to that. But you are correct. This sign is smaller than the one that exists.
Yes, okay, great. Renee, tell us why we should approve, excuse me, board members, any other questions of Connor? Renee, why should we approve your request today?
Well, Connor definitely touched a lot of the points that I had as well, but it is a very large building. It's over 67,000 square feet. And yes, we are replacing the CrossFirst sign due to rebranding, which I believe the current one is 208 square foot. So this is definitely significantly smaller. We still want to be aesthetic with the neighborhood, but it is high up on the building. So if, for visual, for customers and clients, whoever may be passing through, it will not interfere with obstruction or any safety concerns that anyone would have. So we're just hoping that you'll approve us based upon the fact that this one is going to be smaller. And yes, it is definitely CrossFirst is becoming Busy Bank.
Same location in the building, Renee?
Same location. It's still gonna, they're still in the same tenant space, and the sign we're actually putting in the same location as the CrossFirst. It's just going to be a smaller version.
So there's some color that goes on the top of that building. Is that part of this sign?
No.
No, I think those are windows.
Okay,
No,
you know what
yeah, I
I'm-
know. He's got that video board up there.
Yeah.
Oh,
We can't do anything about that.
Okay, because that's okay. I've always thought that that was all too large, but
Yeah.
I'm one person on this board.
That was, the UR gave him that.
Okay, all right. I must not, that must happen while I was not on this
No,
board.
it wasn't with us.
I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, we digress. Let's see here. Any color, it will be that white lettering like CrossFirst was, Renee?
yes, it will remain the white lettering. Like I said, it's going to be the same as what the other two signs are. They're both white as well. So we want to keep that flow going.
Great.
Is that is that a picture of what it's going to look like, Colin?
Yes, yes, it is.
It's called Busy Bank?
Yes. Hopefully they're busy.
That's funny. I would say,
It is
I would say pronounce it bussy, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? So.
Yeah.
That's funny.
We went back and forth in the office over that. We had to be corrected.
It is busy. It's not buzzy, it's busy.
It's busy.
Okay. Okay.
I'd switch the spelling.
Hold on.
Yes.
Board members, any other questions since the sign smaller, less square footage? It seems reasonable to me, but I'm just one person.
Motion.
Thank you,
In
Mr.
docket number 16, case number 42, I request that we approve the variance to the signage size in accordance to the staff report
Site plan.
and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Great. Good luck with your sign, Renee. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Where are we jumping to? 22? Where are we at?
17 and 18.
17, sorry.
I'm going to call the next two cases together. They are related, although they're not exactly companions. But docket item number 17 is case CD-BZA 2025-49, a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller lot area, plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 5541 Central Street. And docket item number 18 is case CD-BZA 2025-50, a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller lot area, plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district on about 0.09 acres, generally located at 5543 Central Street. The applicant is here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online. We do have Stephen Woods online.
And
Should
the
I-
applicant team.
Okay. I'll promote him to panelist.
Oh, he was there. Good.
Almost there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can. Give me a second. I'll get you sworn in.
Thank you.
All right. It's open. All right. So we have the nice two gentlemen here and one gentleman online. That's it. Thank you, Stephanie. So everyone, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. And if you agree with the oath, please say I do and state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's do the online guy first.
I do. My name is Stephen Woods. Address is 3816 Pennsylvania, Apartment 8, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111.
Thank you, Stephen.
I do. Stephen Kirschbaum, 5543 Central Street.
And
I do. I'm Chris Woods. I live at 5728 Central Street.
thank you, Mr. Woods. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. Do I have your approval to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by city staff. Yeah. In the other case, there's a list of administrative exhibits. I'm not looking at those. I think it's 1 to 10. Anyone want to
Yeah,
correct me on
should
that?
be the same.
Okay. And do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Both of those are admitted from case 49 and case 50. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
All right, so I have docket items 17 and 18 for CD-BZA 2025-49 and 50. They are located on 5541 and 5543 Central Street. Both are zoned R-7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller lot area plus any other needed variances. And I will get into why I'm presenting them together. The subject site is located here in South Plaza. Highlighted in yellow are the two properties. So the one north is 5541. The one on the south is 5543. They have a shared garage, and this garage is the reason why both property owners are needing a variance. And then you can see it's west of St. Teresa's, south of Luce Park. These are the houses and the detached garage in question. This might look familiar to some of you from, I believe it was last year. There was a variance to the distance of this garage to this house because it was less than 10 feet. So case history. So yes, that there was a variance that was approved last year for 5543 Central Street. However, now there is a lot line adjustment that needs to be done on these lots to ensure that the property line goes directly down the middle. So here's the site plan. The dash line does not go directly down the middle of the detached garage, and that caused issues with building code standards. So there needs to be a fire rated wall in between both stalls, and it needs to be at the property line. So here's a close-up of that so you can see that a bit better. And this is also a good visual showing that property line goes through where the car should be parked. You can't put a fire-rated wall there, of course. But both lots are smaller than the minimum allowed lot area for this infill context area. And so by adjusting the lot line, it triggers a variance. All right, so we have variance request A, and this is a variance of 869.05 square feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a lot area of 4,716 square feet on 5541 Central Street. This is about a 15.5 decrease. And the minimum lot area for their context area is 5,585.05 square feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. So this lot line adjustment is considered to be minimal. It would not create a significant change to the lot size or affect the character of the neighborhood. The difficulty cannot be obviated because this is a lot line adjustment to allow for the detached garage to be able to be rebuilt since it's not in the best state right now and it can meet building code. And then also it can't really be moved south because since the line is slanted on the rear. And then we got variance request B, a variance of 1,633.4 square feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a lot area of 3,968 square feet on 5543 Central Street. This is a 29% decrease, and the minimum lot area for that context area is 5,601.4 square feet. Again, no change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since it's a small line adjustment, lot line adjustment. And again, difficulty cannot be obviated. And this is just to show the context area for both homes. For this home would be these 2 lots south of it and the 4 lots north of it. For this home, it would just be the 3 lots north to it, and yes. So, and then this is just again to kind of show you where that lot line will be adjustment and where it is currently. And again, I decided to present these together because I would be doing the same presentation twice.
All right.
And then the last variance is a variance of 6 inches to the accessory building standards to permit a rear setback of 1 foot on 5543 Central Street. This is a 33% decrease. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The proposed garage will be built to the same dimensions as the existing garage, which currently has a 1 foot rear setback. And this portion of the shared detached garage is made to fit only 1 car. Therefore, reducing the size might result in the space being too small for that 1 car. And I did a close-up of that 1 foot distance from the garage to the rear lot line. And that concludes my presentation.
Board members, questions of staff? I've got a quick one. So the lot line goes all the way down the center of the driveway to the street. So there's no easement? Can one person later, Mr. Kirschbaum, be mad and not let the other person go down the driveway?
We have an easement agreement,
Right.
so that's not an issue.
Yeah. And that came with the property, not between you two, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you for that. Board members, further questions?
Procedural question, I guess. When we do these 2 cases at once sort of deal, do we have to do a separate motion for each?
Please make a motion for each.
Okay.
And so tell us why we should approve this.
This, I think, is the 3rd time we've been before the board for this same project. And comments that I've made in both previous hearings was we're building a shared garage in the exact same place that it was, and it will look almost identical to what it was. And it's by virtue of the codes administration saying, oh, no, you have to move a property line in order, because there's all kinds of fire regulations when you get too close to a property line. Therefore, the time that we thought we had everything approved the second time in, well, that was on the old property line. Now that this property line needs to change and move over essentially about 75 or 80 square feet, change hands so that that property line can scoot to the north about 3 feet. And so that's why we're here to, same as the last two times, build the same garage that was built there originally.
We love seeing you back, so thanks for coming.
Getting to feel like I know you guys.
I have a motion.
Yeah.
Seems straightforward, pretty straightforward. I hope if you ever have to see us again, this project's already done.
These shared garages are really too difficult. The bureaucracy required to do this and was more than we anticipated, a lot more.
Steve, I have one myself, so I understand your pain, sir. Yes.
Welcome to Brookside.
Yeah, yeah. All right, you had a motion, Ms. Otto?
Yes, first in docket number 17, case number 49, I move that we approve the requested variances in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Mr. Hayes.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets,
Aye.
And then in docket number 18, case number 50, I again move that we approve the variance request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. If
Thank
I
you.
ever see you again, I hope it's a different project.
Yeah. To the gentleman online, thank you. You didn't have to say much, but I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay. Docket item number 22. It's case CD-BZA 2025-22, a request to approve a variance to permit a smaller side and rear setback, plus any other needed variances on the subject site in an R 1.5 zoning district on about 0.43 acres, generally located at 1307 Wabash Avenue. The property owner is online.
Is Jordan Shield?
Ms. Beasley, I'm promoting you to panelist. I don't see Jordan.
You have the owner, right? Or is
Yeah,
that-
Well,
she wants to continue on her own.
yeah, so I don't see Jordan. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, you would raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Ms. Beasley, if you would turn on your camera and microphone so that you can be sworn in.
Ms. Beasley?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Is that it?
I have no other hands raised online, and I don't see Jordan online.
Ms. Beasley, I need for you to raise your right hand to be sworn in. And once I do swear you in, please state your name and home address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And again, state your full name and your address, please.
Forrest Beasley, 1307 Wabash Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64127.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Jordan Sheely, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, has been promoted to panelist also. There's Jordan.
And I see Jordan. Jordan, can you hear us? Turn on your camera and mic. I see your camera on. I think it's your microphone that I need you.
Oh,
Looks like he's trying to talk through his phone.
Yeah.
Jordan, is your phone number end with 6060? Okay. I'm going to allow you to talk.
Sorry, my computer microphone doesn't work, so I was on my phone.
That's
We've
fine.
got you now.
So we can hear you and we can see you from a different source. Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. And please state your full name for the court reporter and your home address.
Jordan Sheely in 520 Garfield Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
Great. Are you going to be speaking on the case or will Miss Beasley be speaking? Jordan?
Miss Beasley, would you like to, or you want me to?
I'll jump in where needed.
Okay. Well, we'll do the easy part first. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we need to admit for your case today. These are normal exhibits for all cases. Do you have any questions on these exhibits? And if not, may I have your permission to enter them?
You have our permission to enter them.
Thank you. Those are so entered as exhibits. And one of those is a presentation by Ms. Salderi on your case. Stephanie, please tell us about it.
All right, I have docket item 22, CD-BZA 2025-22, located on 1307 Wabash Avenue, zone R-1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller side and rear setback on the subject site to allow for the reconstruction/repair of an existing non-compliant structure. The subject site is located east of downtown. Highlighted in yellow of Wabash is the subject site. This is a close-up of the site plan. So this is the existing house. This is the building with the deck that we will be talking about today. Here's some images of that building. And as you can see, so this building and deck are connected to this balcony, making it part or an extension of the existing home. So some case history. So this house was purchased back in 1993 by Miss Beasley. And the building and deck were built by the previous owner. There were no record of building permits found. The deck railing currently encroaches on the north property by 1.2 feet, and the applicant will reduce the deck's width to be 5 feet away from the north property line. And the existing building is not encroaching on the property line, but is set at the property line, and that's where the side setback variance will come in. So we have two variance requests today. The first one is a variance of 5 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller setback of 0 feet on the subject site. I meant to put a smaller side setback. So this is a complete deviation. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the proposed building is constructed entirely up to the property line. In order to obviate the difficulty, the building would need to be demolished and moved south to meet the setback requirements. And again, this is a close-up. As you can see the note on here, it says the deck overhang will be removed, and it will be set 5 feet south of the property line, and then the building to be set at property line. The last variance is a variance of 9 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a 21-foot rear setback on the subject site. This is a 30% decrease. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the nearby houses seem to meet the rear setback requirements. In order to obviate the difficulty, the building again would need to be demolished and moved south to meet the setback requirements, or the building and deck could partially be demolished to reduce their length to meet the rear setback requirements. And then this is showing the space where it could be moved and the setback. Let me go to the close-up one. It's over here at 21 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Do we have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? Okay. Ms. Beasley, why should we approve your request today? Or Jordan?
I could share. I'm a project director with a nonprofit called Jerusalem Farm.
So you're cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
You're getting double feedback.
Yeah, it sounds like you're coming through both ends.
Oh,
there we go.
Can you hear me better?
Much better.
Great. I'm with a nonprofit called Jerusalem Farm. I'm the project director there, and we do home repair for families in the Northeast. And we had some grant funds to remediate different code violations and exterior work in that neighborhood and other neighborhoods in the Northeast. And yeah, this project proved to be a little bit more difficult just because of the existing structure and zoning. It's hard to see in the pictures, but there's that existing deck. And then underneath the wood is actually a cinder block structure. And so that cinder block structure is what's built on the property line and would have to be demolished and moved and, you know, be a substantially larger project to try to reconstruct a deck or that structure in a deck. And so what we worked out is to shorten the deck, which is above, so it's compliant with the fire code, but to leave the existing cinder block structure in place and seek this variance so that we can save on some costs and work with what's been there since before 1993. And Ms. Peasley, if you want to add anything else that I missed.
No, basically, it started off as just being a repair job that has bloomed into a much bigger project. We were aiming to make improvements by removing the current railing system that had built-in benches to be more of a secured deck with a different type of decking around the perimeter. And then we ran into all of these issues that we had no idea were out there. So to start off trying to make a repair and improvement is now looking like they want us to demolish everything and start over. And that is nowhere in our budget to do anything of that nature.
All right.
This is a residential location, or is this a business?
Residential.
Okay. What is this structural housing? What's inside of this structure? Is this a storage area?
It's storage. When I initially purchased the home, there was a garage door in the cinder block portion, but it's been storage. We're kind of unique in the fact that there are currently 3 homes on the east side of Wabash. We back up to a commercial business, Car Credit Incorporated, and across the street from us is City Union Missions Family Center. So if that might help you with the residential designation of what our zoning code is.
Just curious, do you use the alleyway in back of your home?
The alleyway in back of my home had been vacated by the previous owner that owned the car lot at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
And I don't know if that acquired footage from that vacation is included in the numbers for the setback or not.
Stephanie will respond to that.
No, so it's only from this, where the survey said was the rear property line on the thick black line.
So they didn't include the portion of the alley in it?
Who owns the alley? When that was vacated, did that become part of your property or did that stay with the car dealership?
From my understanding, it was split between the two.
Yeah, it shows
Because at that time, he owned the car lot and this property.
so it shows a vacated alley going parallel to the home, but the one behind the home, it just shows, that's not within the property line.
So you're saying that one wasn't vacated?
Doesn't look like it.
So
It's overgrown, right, Miss Beasley? I think
It's part
not
of the
clear to
backyard.
drive through.
All of that is
Yeah, okay.
fenced. All of that is fenced. And
Yeah.
the alley stops at the fence. The neighbors to the north of me still have that alley there. But the owner of the car lot owns the first lot on the corner of 13th and Wabash. So he uses the alley more so than anyone else does.
So the structure has been there for at least 33 years. Correct?
Yes, I purchased it in 93.
And no one has complained about the structure in these past 33 years, and the only reason this is coming up is because they want to do a minor repair to it.
Correct.
Ms. Beasley, do you own those other lots to the south of you, I think it's called? The empty
Yes.
ones?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's nice.
Got a lot of land there.
Okay.
I know it is a small setback. 0-foot setback. But it's been there for 33 years and no one's complained about it. So, I mean, I think I would be fine with it. Just one board member.
Motion?
I can make a motion.
That's my conscious
On docket item 22, case. I move that we grant the requested variances in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request has been granted, Ms. Beasley and Mr. Jordan. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Our next case is docket item number 23. It's case CD-BZA 2025-58, a request to approve a variance to the residential sign standards to permit a larger sign for a school on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district on about 17.3 acres generally located at 4900 Pittman Road. The applicant is here online. Lee Mendenhall, I'm promoting you to panelist. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Paxton Frankie and Patrick Thompson are being promoted to panelist.
Thank you. Lee, it looks like your camera's on. What about Paxton and
Is my
Patrick? Or Lee, I'm sorry. What did I just say? I meant to say Lee. So Lee, Paxton, and Patrick, can you turn on your cameras? There they
Okay.
are. I see three people. I think I
There
did.
we made it. Can you hear
Good.
me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Well, all of you, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. And if you agree, please state your name and address for the court reporter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's
Yeah.
start with Lee.
Yes.
Lee, what's your name and address?
Lee Mendenhall, 6204 South National Drive, Parkville, Missouri, 64152.
Thank you, Lee. Next, I think is Paxton.
I do 330 West 104th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri 64114.
And Paxton, what's your last name?
Frankie.
Thank you. And Patrick?
I do. Patrick Thompson, 6122 West 86th Terrace, Overland Park, Kansas 66207.
Thank you. Who's going to be speaking on the case? I'm guessing Lee.
Somewhat, but I think also Patrick. Is that
okay? That's good. Well, let's get rid of the paperwork first. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to admit that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And do you have any questions on that, Lee, before we admit that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie Salderi on your case. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, I have docket item 23, CD-BZA 2025-58, located on 4900 Pittman Road, zone R-7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential sign regulations to permit 3 new wall signs on an existing middle school, plus any other needed variances. The subject site is located just north of Raytown. This is the subject site, Raytown Middle. This is the site plan for where the signs are proposed. And so there are 3 variances, A through C, and I labeled the sign also, so it will be sign A with variance A and so forth. Right. So the first variance is a variance of 50.25 square feet to the residential sign standards to permit a sign area of 70.25 square feet on the subject site per approved plan. This is a 250% increase. Wall signs in residential areas are allowed up to 20 square feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated for sign A because the proposed sign is replacing the existing sign on the east side of the building. The sign faces Pittman Road, which faces a golf course. Thus, none of the nearby houses will be able to see it. The size of the sign could be reduced. However, the proposed sign seems to be a standard size for schools. This is a photo of the existing sign. And this is what is proposed, so it is about the same size as what is already existing. Variance request B for sign B is the same variance of 50.25 square feet to the residential sign standards to permit a sign area of 70.25 square feet on the subject site. Again, it's a 250% increase. So for this sign, this is not replacing any existing signs. It does cost a change to, or it is anticipated to change the character of the neighborhood. So the proposed sign is much larger than what is permitted in this zoning district, and the size of the proposed sign could be reduced. Here is a rendering of what that sign will look like. So as you can see, it's the same size as sign A. Variance request C for sign C. It's a variance of 539 square feet to the residential sign standards to permit a sign area of 559 square feet on the subject site. This is a 2,700% increase. Again, the max allowance is 20 square feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So while the proposed sign will face away from any nearby houses, the size of this sign is very large and may set a negative precedent. The size could be reduced or relocated, for example, a sign within the structure, because if the sign is inside of the structure, it's not regulated since it's not outside or facing a public right of way. That sign is of the mascot, and I do understand that this is a school is an institutional use, but this is quite large. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions of staff? So Stephanie, one sign's replacing an existing one.
Mhm.
The bird is a new sign.
Yes,
And the third sign, is that a replacement or is that a new one as well?
it's a new one.
So there are 3 signs or 4 signs?
3 signs.
Okay.
Right. Board members, questions of Miss Stephanie? Seeing none? Oh.
Might be a little philosophical, but what makes a sign a sign?
So, so I could answer that, and if Sarah, if you want to jump in, if I miss anything, you can. Basically anything advertising the business or the use. In this case, it would be advertising the school. So anything with the logo or name of the institution. So the bird head has the logo of the institution. If this were just some books or like math equations painted, that would be considered mural since it has to do with the use, but it's not associated directly.
We've had this debate on this board a long time, and schools have come before this board for, 3 decades almost that I was on it. And we oftentimes had to say, sorry, you can't have your mascot because they need to put that inside the building, and because signage is to let people know how to get around the structure, right? So we've had this, I can't, Mark, you know this, you've been on the board a long time too, but we've had this issue over and over and over again, and pretty soon you'll have everything painted on the wall. And Jess, I think what you're thinking of is it looks like art, right?
It looks like a mural almost,
Right,
yeah.
but it's not, under the ordinance, it's not. So this is always a challenge for schools, but it is what it is, so.
And to answer your question from the zoning code perspective, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit here. Any advertisement, announcement, direction, or communication produced by painting on or posting or placing any printed, lettered, pictured, figured, or colored material on any building structure or surface. So the mascot would be considered a sign because it's you're advertising through picturing or figuring colored material.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yes, we have lots of these philosophical discussions among the staff as well.
Been a debate for a long time.
Yeah. And Stephanie, is the bird head facing Pittman?
Yeah.
Looks like it is in this drawing.
Yeah, it's facing the golf course off Pittman Road.
And lighted signs, are they lighted?
No.
Okay. All right, Lee or Paxton or Patrick, who wants to speak, but why should we grant your request today, Lee?
Would you like, Patrick, would you like to start or?
Right, I can start.
Okay.
For the two signs that give the name of the school, it's and let people know where they are and to know where the main entrance points are. For the one sign that we're replacing, that's a main entry, and the sign on the facing Pittman, that's a main entry and exit also for parent pickup. And so that's to direct parents to those locations. That's the main reason for those ones. For the bird head, like you said, it's for school pride. We were kind of looking at it as a mural also. And so it sounds like you've had that debate and that discussion for years internally also. So that's where we're coming at to give school pride in that case. No, if Lee, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah,
As far as
well,
this,
you know, as part of the project too, this is a part of a bigger project where within Raytown high schools as well as this middle school, that they're adding new canopy structures for students and visitors arriving in and out of the buildings. And so with that, in both high schools that are actually in Raytown proper, so it's a little different, you know, we're doing similar signage. And then also doing a mascot structure on the wall as well too. And so part of this would be wanting to tie all three of the schools to have signage that is coordinated amongst the schools as well as a mascot that's coordinated, you know, for the school as well too.
All right, thank you.
Again, I'm just one board member, and I probably sound a little cranky today, and I apologize, but, you know, signs like this have not been allowed because they're so outside of the variance amount. And there are, I can't tell you how many applicants for schools that have come before the board in the past, and that would have been denied. So for inconsistent reasons, I can understand the two signs for the middle school. That doesn't seem unreasonable, but I'm not sure how we can justify under our precedent about the mascot sign.
Do we have any precedent on variances for these like text signs? I know we had one a few months ago with that private school up north. Do we recall what the variance amount was on that?
I recall where it was.
It was like off of
St. Pius?
Northland Christian off of 29 and just south of Shoal Creek.
It was St. Pius,
No,
I think.
no, it was
No?
That is on 69 or off 169.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, 169, not 29, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my curiosity was just like how much that variance was, so we can just have a little.
Because I think we
perspective on
gave him
that.
that. Did we give him that?
We did.
Yeah, that's what I call.
169 and
Just south of Shoal Creek. 108th Street.
And for the
So
performing
north of
arts sign, there
152.
was not a sign there before, is that correct?
The performing arts sign is an example of, I think I can let Lee talk about that, but that sign belongs to a different school. I think it's one of the high schools in Raytown.
Correct. And
Yeah.
and you know, it's a sign to show an example of tying how all of these signs with the other schools tie in with it. And, you know, one other piece too, from a standpoint of the size of the variance, you know, typically, you know, most signs are 10% or under the percentage of space of the wall. And so you know, we're under that. It's the issue of being, you know, it's being in a quote a residential area where this school's located. You know, it becomes very limiting the size of what
letters can be of 20 square feet for having a sign, which is, you know, a pretty restrictive.
This example is just like the case we had several years ago for Rockhurst High School, and they wanted to put a big emblem on the side and it wasn't allowed because it was more about pride of the school than just signage to get people to be where they're going. And so that was, I mean, there was lots of neighborhood, that's what I'm talking about precedent. That's the one that's most like this case that I'm thinking, that was also in a residential neighborhood.
Right.
And the neighbors came and were very upset that they were going to commercialize this and make it look like that. So just so that I'm clear, because these sign cases are always difficult. So one sign is going to say Raytown Middle School. What's the second sign going to say?
It's
They both say Raytown Middle School.
Okay, that was my confused. Okay, that helped. Thank you. Like, because that makes, I couldn't understand that because I saw the performing arts sign and I thought that was a different thing.
No, yeah, that's just an example.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, there's two main entrances into the building. And so it's identifying both of those on these new canopies.
To answer the previous question about the case you had last year, in the Northland, that was a monument sign and it faced the highway.
Right. Right. Okay.
So the other wall sign, Stephanie, can you show me that diagram again where that sign is
Oh.
going to go, that new sign's going to go? Sorry.
Yeah, we got the bird head here facing Pittman.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the other new wall sign saying Raytown Middle School, and this is the existing one. So there are two entrances here.
Are those signs, are the Raytown Middle School signs the exact size?
Yeah.
Same size?
Yeah, they're both 70 square feet and 70 square feet in the quarter.
And why do you need them at both entrances? I mean, this is an established school. I guess that's my question.
I think that's more for every year you have new students, new parents. And so the people who go to the school kind of transitions year to year. And so it helps in that regard as far as wayfinding for parents coming to the school who've never been there.
Just plug it into my computer and it takes me there and tells me to turn in 5 feet.
My take as one board member is that these 250% increases for the text signs, though the number seems kind of big, I think it's pretty reasonable. When I see that number on the variance C for the bird, if we call it that, the 2,700% increase, that's just a really, really big number. And since it's technically classified as a sign under our code, I don't think we should approve that. But taking off my BZA person hat and putting on my person who lives in Kansas City hat, I mean, I would personally be fine if a mural-looking thing like that existed in my neighborhood, but that's not the way that our code is written to allow something like that. So, yeah, that's my take.
The way the code reads, a picture without words is considered a sign for sure.
If it advertises the thing that it's on.
Yes, so like a logo of a business, even if it has no words, is considered signage.
Can I add something?
Sure.
So I'm on the construction side of this project. So I've been out on site to this school several times for the past year. This school is in a residential zone, but it almost feels like it's tucked away on its own. The neighborhood, all the houses are lined in the backyard with trees, as well as the golf course. You really can't see any of these houses from the school, and the houses can't really see into the school property as well. It really feels like it's tucked away on its own. So it's not really like in the neighborhood.
And the mural or the Birdhead and the Pittman Road signage really can only be seen from the road itself.
And I think the board appreciates all of that, but I think it really comes down to the precedential nature of a ruling on a case like this, that you grant a 2,700% variance. And I think that's what the bird sign gives us, right? That allows the next 10 applicants to come in and argue for a similar reason, and then we basically have eroded the purpose of the ordinance, and there's certainly no practical difficulty here, which is the standard that we have to apply. So I guess I'm putting my one board member and my lawyer hat on for just a minute. So anyway.
Well, going back to a case earlier, I mean, how do we distinguish the difference between that moving sign on the plaza that we just saw to this? How do we just distinguish the difference?
Well, I wasn't on the board when, I don't know how that sign got on the side of that
Right.
building. That's why I was asking, because I have a problem as a board member,
Sure.
having defended the ordinance for such a long time and the size of signs.
Yeah, so
I don't know, so.
I'm asking the question because I've thought that I've heard folks say that that's not considered a sign
The one
on the plaza.
That
block building?
Is it because
Michael,
it's our road?
yeah, it's a video board. Michael, that was approved on the initial plan for that building.
Right.
And so we had no say-so on that. We have had say-so on the two ones, the Cross First and the Holy Curve, whoever the architect is.
Okay, for Walker.
Yeah, those two, sorry. We did give approval for those.
Sure.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
think
I'm
that
just trying to figure out how
sign-
staff differentiates.
Well,
So I
that,
better understand.
yeah, that screen, it's not
Not
advertising anything. It's not advertising the building. It's
art.
just art. Yeah.
And it's kind of like the hotel downtown. I remember that years and years ago when they wanted to put the light screen on the side of the hotel downtown, and that brought all kinds of people coming into the board testifying about that. Just to give some historical reference. Maybe it was good I was back today or not. But some of that stuff got different, and that's in the downtown district, right? So that had different issues, but.
Just from my understanding, variants A and B, they're essentially, or probably more so A, they're essentially replacing what's already there.
So variance A is replacing what's there. Variance B is the same sign as variance A, but it's a new one.
Okay. So it almost sounds like variant C may be the issue, and maybe can they just go back and reduce the size if they're wanting to put something there? Because it almost sounds like, should it be a digital board so they don't have to come before us for it, or?
They still have to come on that,
Still have to
Maisha,
come on that
on a
issue.
digital board. We do seem to be hung up on the bird. I'm one board member, but I don't really have a problem with the two identifier signs, because you have new kids coming in and parents, and they're trying to figure out where to drop off their kids. And so I don't have a problem with that. The bird, maybe, I think they're, and the one up north that we gave the variance to a couple months ago, that was kind of a different situation, I felt. So,
Was that
It was on the back of a stadium also, I believe, or it was attached to a stadium.
and it was facing
that faced the highway.
169. Yeah. It would,
Heavily treed area between housing as well, so.
okay. What are we doing?
Well, I can make a motion based on what's before us and see how that goes. We try? All right. Did everybody have their questions answered before I do that? In docket number 23, case number 58, I move that the applicant's request for the two variances, which are A and B, which are the school name signs, be allowed. But I move that the request for the variance for the bird emblem and sign be denied in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Jazz. Motion by Otto, second by Hayes. Please call the roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those two signs are approved and one's denied. Thank you for coming before us, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next.
Next case is docket item number 24, case CD-BZA 2025-48. A request to approve a special exception to an existing fence in an R5 zoning district to permit a fence to be greater than 4 feet in the front yard of the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.24 acres generally located at 3725 Tracy Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. The property owner and applicant, Rosalie Bergler, is being promoted to panelist. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Anyone else, Sarah?
No, and there are no other hands raised online.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Rosalie. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please
Rosalie
state your-
Bergler, 3725 Tracy Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you very much. Rosalie, there is a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 10. First, do you have any questions on those? And second, if not, do we have your permission to admit those?
I have no question, and you have my permission.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case.
Okay, we have docket number 24, CD-BZA 2025-48, located at 3725 Tracy Avenue. This is an R5 zoning district. A special exception request to the maximum height of an existing fence to remain over 4 feet in height in the front yard of the subject site, plus any additional variances. This is the general location. A closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. These are some pictures of the fence as they exist on the north side of the lot. Some more images here. Going back to the image of the site, this would be right about in this location ahead of the front wall of the home. The request is a special exception in the amount of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard to permit an existing fence to remain at 6 feet in height on the subject site. That is 2 feet, 33% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The fence has existed at this location at a height of 6 feet for at least 9 years per Google Street View. It could be longer. I'll allow the applicant to speak to that a bit more in a moment. Staff does express mild concern that the height of the fence could potentially obstruct the view for the neighbor to the north when they're backing out of their driveway. However, I'll allow the applicant to speak to that more. Obviously, it's their property. They know it a bit better than I do. And that difficulty could be obviated by reducing the height of the fence to be compliant with the 4-foot requirement that the city upholds. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Connor. Questions of Mr. Tomlin? So again, Connor, this fence goes all the way, or just on the, not really in the front yard, just on the side yard that becomes the front yard.
Right, exactly. So everything ahead of the front wall of the home is considered the front yard at that point. And that's where we're looking at here.
Okay. All right. Questions of staff? Anyone? So Rosalie, tell us why we should grant your exception here.
So thank you for accepting the hearing. First of all, I would like to have considered the exception be granted because of its longstanding being up there. Initially, I had put the fence up and had communication with the city and given them my specs, or like the Home Depot receipt that showed the height and width, etc. They accepted it. I moved on. Fast forward 8 to 10 years to today, and now this is resurfaced due to a complaint. So in my good faith, I thought that this was already approved, not really realizing there was a difference between departments in the city. Once the city says it's approved, and they have a record of that, per Inspector Moore, that there was a resolved issue. So for that, number one. Then number two, I would say that as you can maybe subjectively tell from the pictures, that it is not an unsightly, it's not an eyesore. It's well landscaped. The property is well maintained. And as far as the safety concern, well, there's a lot of other safety concerns that I would consider a little bit more of a priority. And I think that they are addressed by the neighbors in their affidavits that 5 of the neighbors had submitted, 2 that are in front of the fence and 2 that are down the street from the fence. But also the neighbor's property sits up a little higher, so they can see out when backing out. And then it's been the same neighbor. They moved in when the fence was in existence. So for 8 years, they don't have a problem backing out. And then now there apparently is that complaint. So those are the primary, without getting into too much neighbor detail, that I would like the board to consider. And mainly, this has been a long-standing fence, which I had submitted the information to the city about 2012, 12 years ago.
Which department did you submit that to?
So when I got my current complaint, where the city told me that there was a complaint that I needed to address, I was working with Inspector Moore, and he verified that it was in the department, his department, that he could tell that there was something in 2012, but that it was resolved. And I had understood that it was resolved. Quite honestly, I didn't. I mean, to me, when you do that, that's not really aware that there's different departments that maybe don't communicate with each other on that.
I appreciate that you have it well landscaped. I guess I am concerned that you have such a tall fence that goes all the way basically almost to the curb. And I guess there's not really a security reason for this fence, ma'am. It sounds more like it was more aesthetic is why you placed it there.
Well, why I placed it there initially 12 years ago is the house was being like different people came to stay, and there was a big court battle on who owned the house. And so there was a lot of drugs in and out of the house. And a lot of comings and goings, as well as like tents being placed in the front yard. So that's why the house, it was a security issue, as well as to block the view of all of the what was happening in the house. That was why it was initially put up. And like I said, I submitted that to that department of the city. Since then, the house did sell, and they do sit higher. So for 8 years, the same household has didn't have an issue with safety or visual blockage, mainly because they do sit up just a little bit higher on the street and their driveway.
Are the same neighbors there, Rosalie?
Yes, they purchased the house with the fence that was existing, and it has been the same neighbors. In fact, their vehicles are vans and truck that do sit even, higher off of than it, like, say, a sedan.
Do you see a possibility to take down part of that, make it 4 feet instead?
Well, I would I'd have to do that myself because I couldn't afford to have someone do that. So there's that. But I also, while there's not people coming and going, there is like a lot of, they have a swing in the front yard. They have chickens that sometimes get out. And so I would just rather have the fence. I also noticed that even in their own yard, while this is a hardscape and not a landscape, in their front yard, they have a landscape. So they have bushes, as you could see from Connor's display there, that comes up significantly as well in the very front of the yard. So I just, it's not extraordinary to have this fence.
What if what would be your response if the board would agree to allow a portion of this to remain, but remove sort of the first 6 or 12 feet of the fence off the curb?
Well, the fence sits back from the sideway and from the sidewalk already, so it doesn't go all the way to there. I have a wall that was part of the original make of the house. At the end of the day, really, I'm subject to what you all determine. So my preference would be to not, because I am quite convinced that this does not pose a visual disturbance, and someone who has lived there for 8 years and never voiced a concern to me or to the city, and now all of a sudden they have. My preference would be to leave it as is.
Okay, and I understand that, but I'm looking for maybe a solution that would allow you to keep some portion of it, because you could remove some sections of the end of that fence going back so that you'd still have a better view of the street, and you could, you mentioned this as another option is you could put some softscape items there to give you some more of a buffer, but just trying to figure out if there's maybe a compromise that the board would want to consider. Fences and signs.
Yep.
Yes.
They're sometimes the hardest case.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I understand that you've had it for so many years and suddenly somebody says, oopsie. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back to the earlier case where we just asked them to cut off the 2 feet. And in her case, it's not the whole front. It's literally just from the end of the steps forward to her retaining wall. So.
Right.
Well, that would be the whole side front, if I understand, versus like, say, they don't, the whole part of their driveway. I mean, when they back out of their driveway, or any of us back out of our driveway, you have to stop at the end of your driveway to make sure that no one is coming one way or another, kids or cars. And so I don't know if it would be a possibility, but just to at that 2 feet from where the end of the natural driveway is before the sidewalk, 2 feet in, to take that down to 4 and leave the remaining fence line.
Well, that's why I was suggesting it might actually look cleaner just to take off like the first I don't know, 12 feet, because that would open it up probably. It's hard for me to see from here, your picture, Colin. But I know there's a post that comes in, and I'm guessing from those are those 4 foot, are these 4-inch planks or 6-inch planks? You know?
The planks are
Yeah.
4.
Or 4, so we can do the math, right?
I counted 16 to the post.
All right, so
16 times 4 is 64 divided by 4.
But there's a short, there's a
About
post,
5 foot.
then there's a short. If you, Colin, if you could view that landscape view, there's a post, and then there's probably about 4 or 5 slats, and then another anchoring post. And what I was referring to is that to kind of get away from it aesthetic wise, if you slant, see how that last part is not a full, it's not a full panel,
yeah,
the
we see
portion
that.
of the
Yeah.
panel. If
Right.
I slanted that down at an appropriate angle, aesthetically, it would not look bad. And essentially get the same effect. I mean, if you decide that I have to make an adjustment, I just, again, after 8 years never being a problem, and then suddenly it's a problem.
Again, I'm one board member, but I don't know that this is much different than the other case, and we have to be consistent. So, yeah,
I would ask you though, I listened to most of the cases, so I'm not exactly sure which case, except for the one on Bannister. But I didn't hear in that case that there was a longstanding prior, approval, but approval as far as I was concerned with the city. So for me, that's a bit of a difference that could allow the board not to be inconsistent.
Beyond that particular case, as a board, we're just not big fans of 6-foot fences in the front yard.
Yeah.
right. They've been routinely, and I can speak back for 28 years. We have routinely asked them to come down. I mean, again, I'm one board member, ma'am. I would consider a continuance of your case so that you could go back and make a proposal of how much of this fence you could take down. Your slanting idea, I'm one board member, but I don't think that's enough. I think you're going to have to do something to remove, I would say at least 12 feet or more, cutting it back, taking it down all the way so you're getting closer to the side of your house. So you're getting that out of the front yard more. So, but I'm one board member. I don't know what my other fellow board members think on this case, but if you want a continuance to consider that and go look at that and come back with a different plan, we can continue this case and have you come back to give you a fair opportunity to think about that.
So just so I understand you correctly, the slant of that first panel is not acceptable?
I would board member. I don't find that is in keeping with the intent of the ordinance. I don't think that's enough.
You need to, and kind of like Miss Otto, I feel like you need to come back maybe 8 to 10 feet, maybe like she said, 12 feet. The first from one board, one vertical board to the other vertical board, I calculate as being approximately 5.5 feet. So that's not enough. You need to come back. In my mind, you need to come back further. So
You're talking about the first 2 panels then, because the second panel is a full panel of 6 feet, so that would equal 11 feet.
And that might, if we could see what that would look like, that might take it back so that it's, you're uncovering the driveway of your neighbors so that people can fully see and it is closer to the front of your house or to the side of your house. And so
Right.
it's not so much in the front yard. And that would be, in my mind, a more fair compromise. And if you want to agree to that today, we can craft a motion to address that, or you can think about it and come back.
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you pay no other fee to come back. We give you a month to come back and maybe you bring some more photos. Sometimes these photos that are supplied right now may not be as beneficial as the one you might want to supply.
Well, if I'm understanding correctly, it's either take back the 11 feet or go the whole thing.
Yeah, something.
Maybe. I mean, that's,
Maybe, yeah.
you're hearing different things from different board members. So if the board likes my compromise idea, that might work today. I don't know. I don't know how everybody's going to vote.
Yeah, I'll be okay with the compromise, especially if we're getting it as close to the steps or the top of her driveway.
Yeah, my take is I would not vote to approve this as it currently is.
No, neither would I.
No, it wouldn't get approved.
So with that, I don't think that there's a reason to come back. I'll take the 11-foot, those first two panels, and there would be no reason to come back.
So, are we comfortable with that measurement for a motion? Colin?
Yeah, if that's what you guys are comfortable with, you can make that motion. If you want it to be something different, that's up to you.
So ma'am, is there, what I'm envisioning is there is a post. So we see the half panel and then there's a full panel and there's a post, correct? So what we're talking about is removing it back to what you would remove 3 posts from the retaining wall, right? And slats. Are we on the same page?
To the 4 feet.
Yes.
Yes.
To the
No.
4.
Oh, I'm talking about taking the whole thing down, but
Oh.
I guess it doesn't matter if you want to take down to 4 feet to there. I just think it's going to look cleaner if you take it all down. So.
Might look a little weird.
Oh,
but
that's better. Thank you, Colin. So yeah, if you take it all the way down to the
I'm
third
sorry,
post.
I'm
Yeah,
not
let me-
seeing
let
what
me
you're
sh-
doing, Colin.
Right.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Share that with her because that makes more sense to me. See, that's what I was envisioning, and that would take it back. You're getting closer to the front of the house.
Okay.
Does that help everybody?
I think
So-
removing it will look better.
Yeah. Yeah. So
The first
that's what I think. I think aesthetically, just removing that half panel and that second full panel, ma'am, all the way down, removing it all, and then you could replace in that area some softscape plants and stuff that would give you a barrier, then that would be more in keeping with our ordinance.
Well, that would not help at all with that swing that hangs on that front tree.
I don't see the swing, so I don't know what you're speaking.
It's on the opposite side of the tree, and it's a little round tree swing. You can see the close proximity to the properties with the tree, with the swing. So I think removing the whole fence would not serve me well.
And if we take it down to 4 feet, she might as well just go to the porch.
So I guess that's the other option you're hearing, ma'am. I'm trying to come up with a compromise because I think some board members think you should just take it down to 4 feet to the house level. And I was trying to come up with something that would be a little different. So anyway, we need to make a decision.
Yeah,
here, though.
let's move on.
So
Okay.
What are we going to do?
So we're, is your preference that we have you take it down 4 feet all the way back to where it's supposed to be 4 feet? Or would
Okay.
you?
I'll go forward with the continuance and work with someone who can assist me on what it would look like either way.
Okay,
That'd be great.
I think that's a great decision.
Do you need a month or do you need more than that?
I will be gone the entire month from June to the beginning of August. So I would need more if it's allowable.
Let's give her 2 months. It's
Yeah,
fine.
August 13, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. That'll be your date.
Okay, I appreciate it. And thank you, Colin, for the presentation.
Do you need a motion?
You're welcome.
Yeah, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue this matter until August
13.
13th.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto, a second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you Wednesday, August 13.
All right, thank you very much. Goodbye.
The second. Wait,
Sure,
yeah.
okay,
That's what
thank
you
you.
used to do.
Yeah, we still, well.
Okay.
That's, yeah. Okay.
There, let's email that.
Now on number 27.
27. Docket item 27 is case CD-BZA 2025-43, a request to approve a special exception for a 6-foot fence in an R7.5 district in the street side yard of the subject site on about 0.592 acres generally located at 9700 Leslie Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. I'm going to promote Brian Schaefer to panelist. That's the property owner and applicant. If there is any member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
So do we have Brian?
Should be on.
Looks like,
not
looks like
yet.
him. Anyone else? Do you see Sarah?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Hey, Brian, turn on your camera and microphone, please.
He has not accepted the promotion
Oh.
to panelist yet.
Just want to,
So he stepped away.
He is there
There he is.
now.
There it is.
hello, Brian. Make sure your camera and microphone are on.
Hey,
We see
everybody.
you. Good, thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. Brian Schaefer, 9700 Leslie Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you very much. Brian, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those, or do we have your permission to admit them?
You have my permission.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Alec on your proposal, on your request. Go ahead, Alec. Thank you.
Okay, we have docket item number 27 here, CD-BZA 2025-43 at 9700 Leslie Avenue. It's in an R75 zoning district, and it is a request to approve a special exception for a 6-foot fence. The site is located down close to Lee's Summit, south part of town. It is cornered by East Bannister Road and Leslie Avenue on the corner. Currently, this is where the fence is supposed to be placed along East Bannister Road for 6 foot of privacy, 88 feet along East Bannister Road. This is the view from Bannister Road into the homeowner's property. And this was just provided by the applicant. Here's a view from East Bannister Road from Google Street View, looking into the backyard. And here's a view from the applicant's backyard, looking out onto East Bannister Road. And a rendering of the requested 6-foot fence off of East Bannister. The variance request, or the special exception request, I should say, is of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit a 6-foot fence in the street side yard of the subject site. What's permitted typically is 4 feet, so it's a 2-foot substantial special exception. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood would be anticipated. There are no other homes in the direct vicinity of the subject site. with 6-foot fences, other than just briefly down the road, maybe a block or two on East Bannister. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design, for example, planting taller shrubs underneath the existing trees to block the view rather than a fence, or a side slat fence could be designed for better visibility. But that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you all have. And yeah.
So just so that I understand, this is 88 feet of a fence that doesn't connect to another fence.
No.
Okay.
Can I, sorry, my computer died. Can I see the satellite view again?
Yes.
I've
All right. No other questions of staff. Why should we grant your request, Brian?
So I've lived in my house since 2020, September of 2020. And when I moved in, you can see in some of those pictures that there were the pine trees that are currently there. They, at the time, they were a lot thicker, if you will. So I first moved in, didn't recognize the amount of traffic that I would run into on Bannister Road. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have ever moved into this house in the first place. But since then, those trees have thinned out a lot, and now you can see directly through them clear as day. And enjoying my kids out in the backyard, it's a matter of combination of just visual, just the constant flow of traffic coming down Bannister Road, which is ever increasing, not only pedestrian, but also the vehicles themselves. There's a quarry right behind the neighborhood here where trucks are constantly running, rock trucks and big trucks that shake me out of bed in the morning at 5 a.m. just about every day. So just the sound alone is a big reason for the fence, which my neighbors next door to me and others would also love to see the fence for that same reason. So it's a combination of the noise, the visual of that, and then just the safety aspect of a fence, which, yes, could I get some safety from a 4-foot fence? Sure. But again, the 6-foot helps block the other 2 points that I just made. I mean, I've had people walk, I've just caught them on camera and seen them myself walk straight from the sidewalk right down into my yard, snoop around on my patio. It's happened on more than one occasion, more than 5 occasions that I can think of off the top of my head. So it's just those few points, kind of safety, security for my kids, myself, just to be able to enjoy our yard. Just the ever increasing traffic, especially with the new Discovery Park project right down the street. I imagine traffic will, once that's up and running, is even going to get more. So just trying to stay ahead. And if you can see, I'll call out here real quick, the rendering that I sent in. Yes, that is the fence that I have proposed to build, which has been approved through my HOA as well. It was hard for me. I'm not a pro at the graphic design aspect, but it would be tucked up under those trees more than it shows to be on that. So you'd almost have to see the street or be there live to see how would almost be hidden under part of the branches of those trees as it goes down Bannister.
So this lot is a little interesting when it comes to fencing because it's a corner lot. And so it basically has a front yard on the side. And yeah, I mean, technically this is along the side of the house but because it's a corner lot, it's treated like a front yard. So the board has recognized the significance of corner lots and how they're kind of configured.
I'll add it essentially stops at on the side of my house. It doesn't necessarily run all the way up through the front, what we consider the front of my yard or the front part of my house, if that makes sense.
I think so. Technically, if we applied this as a true side yard and not a front yard, this house looks like it has like a bump out on the front, right? And then it has another piece, right? And so my understanding, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that a side yard fence could be 6 feet starting sort of at that back first corner. Is that correct?
Yes.
Alec?
Yeah.
So how many feet does he have proposed that would actually be along the side of the house versus at that back first rear corner? So if it weren't a corner lot, does that make sense? Like if I could draw a straight line
Right.
from that back corner of that first bump out, right, and go straight across. I mean, in a perfect, in a non-corner lot, that
Right.
would be allowed. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so the variance here is not, it's not, if you apply that thinking, and we have done that in the past because corner lots are interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you were to apply that as if this were a side yard, that first bump out, you would only need a variance for 10, 15 feet of this fence.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But because it is, we'd have to give them the whole variance, but
Right.
okay. All right. Thoughts?
Yeah.
I think as long as he had mentioned is getting it as close to the trees as allowable, because I just want to make sure it doesn't become like a art board for the pedestrians walking across, in that area, and then you have an issue with that on that fence.
Brian, would you consider a 5 foot?
Again, I'd love to have you guys here to be able to sit here and look at it with me. And I've done the measurements, and that 6 foot is what keeps you from visually seeing every vehicle that drives by. And you drop down to 5 foot, you're still seeing those vehicles, especially from inside my house. That's another issue, but I'm more concerned about just being in my yard with my kids and just having that visual. So, 6 foot is what satisfies the need to be able to enjoy the yard. 5 foot, yes, helps from the security aspect of it, but it doesn't solve the other problems.
And I will say that the security nature of Bannister being that speed, the board has considered that as a special reason for a fence at this location of that height. Again, this is different than the other 2 cases that we've had before us earlier today. So.
And I appreciate the call out about the board, turning into an art board. I've talked with my family about that as well. And yes, it will be, and that was very much considered on my own part. It will be tucked up under those trees much more than it shows on that rendering. And I am committed to, I own a power washer. I'm committed to ensuring any art that is on that fence will be gone the day it's on there. It's the way I am. So I'm ahead of you on that one, but I appreciate the call out.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Otto.
In case number 43, docket 27, I move that the board approve the request as set forth in the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Reluctant, aye. Your motion is approved, sir.
Hallelujah. Thank you all for listening to more fence complaints today.
All part of the volunteerism.
Docket item number 28 is case CD-BZA 2025-36, a request to approve a variance to the parking ratio requirements to permit less off-street parking spaces on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in a B3-2 zoning district on about 1.28 acres generally located at 7115 Northwest Berry Road. The staff planner is Connor Tomlin. Let's see. I have Eli Lombardino will be promoted to panelist. If you're a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online to be sworn in.
Who do we see out there?
Eli Lombardino, if you would please turn on your camera and microphone.
Right. Anyone else?
That is all.
Okay, great. Caleb or Cleve? How do you pronounce Caleb?
I'm actually Caleb's older brother, Eli. He was unable to make it today, so I'm filling it.
Got it. Eli, please raise your right hand. And let's see, do we need an affidavit?
Do you have the right affidavit for him if Caleb was supposed to do this?
They're part of the same ownership group.
Okay, good.
I'm a partner in the company.
Great. So Eli, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Eli Lombardino, 9521 North Ambassador Drive, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. Eli, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit them?
You have my permission.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, please tell us all about it.
Okay, today we have docket number 28, CD-BZA 2025-36, located at 7115 Northwest Berry Road. This is a B3-2 zoning district. The request is a variance to parking ratio requirements to permit less off-street parking than required on the subject site, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself off of Northwest Berry Road and Northwest Prairie View Road. This is some site plan work submitted. On the left, you'll see outlined Section E of that building. If you recall, a couple months back, this was also in front of the board for Wingstop.
Yep.
That Section E that you see was split in half. One half is Wingstop, the other is Pizza Tachio. These are just some pictures of the parking situation on site at the moment. And then this is a ratio table of the parking requirements. The variance request is a variance of complete deviation to the required parking ratio to permit 0 off-street parking spaces for an eating establishment in the existing strip mall. Again, that's a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the business is located within this existing strip mall that has shared off-street parking spaces. The difficulty could not be obviated through a change of design. The existing total parking ratio for all of the existing businesses is under the requirement by 24 spaces at the moment. And it's not a very large space, so adding more parking may not be entirely possible at this location, especially in that corridor of Prairie View and Berry Road, already a very highly trafficked area. The alternative parking compliance plan is also not ideal due to that location where if you had somebody parking across the street, you're asking these people to cross Berry Road or Prairie View that's already highly trafficked. People run these lights all the time. And it might just not be the best alternative to the variance that's being requested today. Case CD-BZA 2025-21 regarding the neighboring business was approved with the same request a couple months prior. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Board members, any questions of Connor? So the Wingstop, where was that? Wasn't that in the same strip mall?
Yeah, it should be directly next door if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I just see the Indian and the Mexican place there, so. All right. Eli, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Yeah. First off, thanks, Connor. Good afternoon, everybody. Pizza Tachio is a grab-and-go concept. We do New York style by the slice pizza. Of all of our locations, on average, we have fewer than 20 indoor seats. We don't have a drive-through. There's the average visit time for a customer is about 5 minutes. So we have very high parking turnover. As Connor mentioned, Wingstop, our immediate neighbor, we actually share a wall with them. They're demising the space into 2 sides. Was recently granted a parking variance, exact same parking lot. Our operation will create equal or less peak time demand. Since we are limited dine-in, we have minimal queuing. To help with this, we can also send any of our food orders to the back of the building. We can have our employees park behind the building. Normally, we have about 2 employees on staff, sometimes 3, depending on peak hours. And then, yeah, we're committed to making sure that this works as well as possible.
What's the food concept again?
Yeah, so we're a New York style pizza place. So we do by the slice and whole pies.
Good pizza. You should try it.
It is good
Thank you.
pizza. You should try it. Jazz and I have good taste.
Is there one out south by us?
Yeah, there's one in I think Waldo.
In Waldo.
Yeah. Yep. You know where Classic Cookie used to be?
How about the classic?
Oh,
cookies?
that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That exact spot. Yeah.
Okay, I know that.
Yeah. I said this last time when we talked about the wing stop, but these are my old stomping grounds. I worked at that Smoothie King in high school. There's never been a parking problem there. Comments.
Yep.
Yeah. If no one else has any comments, questions, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jazz.
Docket item 28, case 36. I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Hayes, second by Miss Otto. Please call the roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with the project, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Right. 29.
Okay, well, we'll recall the one that we skipped at the end, so maybe 3 more.
Is he back?
Yeah.
We don't.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do that at the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Docket item number 29 is case CD-BZA 2025-40, a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a deck to encroach on the side setback, plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district on about 0.22 acres, generally located at 8020 North Flora Avenue. Connor Tomlin is still the staff planner for this case. You're the owner.
Yes.
If there's any other member of the public who would like to speak on this case, if you would please approach the microphone on the podium. We have no one online anymore to be sworn in.
Okay, here you go. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
And your name and address, please, sir.
Keith Leshner, 8020 North Flora Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64118.
Great. Keith, there's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit for your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions, and do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, you do.
Okay, great. Connor will tell us all about the case.
All right, docket 29, CD-BZA 2025-40, 8020 North Flora Avenue in an R7.5 zoning district. The request is a variance to the side setback requirement of a residential property to permit the reconstruction of a deck that encroaches into the side setback. This is a general area of the location. This is the location outlined in yellow. This is the site plan. It may be a little bit easier to see in your staff report where you can zoom in on those measurements. And this is a picture of how it exists at the moment, and I assume it is going to be reconstructed in the same manner. The variance request is a variance of 2 feet 9 inches to the required side setback to permit a side setback of 5 feet 3 inches on the subject site. That is a 2 foot 9 inch variance, a 34.4% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the proposed deck is to replace what is already existing in that prior image. The difficulty, it says it could be obviated through a change of design, such as containing to the deck to the rear yard. However, you'll see in this image that the entrance to the side of the house right there is elevated a good 3 feet above the ground. So the deck does kind of serve as the platform to get into the house from that location, as well as get out of the house from that location. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Anyone have questions of Mr. Tomlin? All right. You're on. Why should we approve your case?
I'm simply replacing the existing structure. I'm lessening the footprint. In actuality, I'm actually going to take some of that deck off, so it'll actually be less of a footprint. I've already spoken with my neighbor. He is more than okay with removing and replacing the deck as it is. As you can tell by the age of the deck in the picture, that it is weathered, and there's actually a hole in the center of it. So I would like to use my deck, and replacing all of it to the current standards requires this variance, and I would love to get the approval from the council to go ahead and build my deck and just replace the existing structure without increasing the footprint at all, so it wouldn't impede or affect the neighbors currently.
It's possible Connor said this, but is this setback changing at all?
No, I don't believe it is. You did say you were decreasing the footprint a little bit. Is that in the rear or is that here on the
It's in the
side?
rear. Actually, if you look at that picture and you go back to see where that little lantern is right about there, we're going to cut it off right there and then eliminate that portion of the deck, and then the deck will restart at the side of the house. So you'll take that portion out. It'll allow us to put a little bit wider of a gate in, and it'll also just lessen the cost because decks are a lot more expensive than they were in 1989 when it was built.
You're cutting off one whole corner of the deck.
Yeah, I'm taking off a whole corner, but that would, I would love to be able to get rid of that entire side, but unfortunately, due to the door where it is for entry and access and how high it is, it would create an eyesore and undue burden for like a value and assessment and usability. So I'd just like to replace that little section of the deck. And there's also a concrete padding that goes all the way up to it anyway, so it would not encroach anywhere past that and would still be on that, so the existing concrete walkway would still be there.
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
In
He's a
case-
fast talker.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In case number 40, docket number 29, I move that the board grant the requested variance in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Motion by Ms. Otto, second by Mr. Hayes. Please call the roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion's been granted.
Thank you very much. Have a great day and enjoy your week, and hope you enjoyed your holiday. And also him and Ms. Salderi were incredibly easy to work with in any engagement through the whole process. So thank you for
Yes,
the good stuff.
yes.
Thank you.
They're a good couple.
They're a good couple.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Docket item number 30 is case CD-BZA 2025-37, a request to rehear case CD-BZA 2025-7 regarding an unpermitted deck on the subject site on about 0.23 acres generally located at 25 Northwest 90th Place.
All right, give me a second here.
And there is no staff report because it's a request for rehearing.
It's rehearing, yeah.
Yep.
So I think you've been told about a request for rehearing. There's got to be new and pertinent evidence that was not available at the initial time that you came before us.
Did you need to swear them in?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long day. Please raise your right hands. Thank you, ladies. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name and addresses for the court report.
Candace Ostick, 25 Northwest 90th Place.
Thank you, Candace.
Kristen Ostick, 25 Northwest 90th Place.
Thank you. So I kind of pencil in what I just said. There's got to be new and overwhelming new evidence that was not available on the first time you came before us. So what would that new and overwhelming new evidence be?
Okay, so after the first meeting, because
Wait, I need Anna to
Oh,
go ahead
Anna.
and
sorry.
to tell us a little bit about it, right?
You can, yeah.
To
Did you-
refresh the board's
do
memory.
you want a refresher on the case?
Yes,
before-
please. They came before us a while ago.
Okay, let me go get Connor, because I'm handling the logistics of the rehearing, and if the rehearing is gonna be granted, he would discuss the case, but if you want a refresher before.
Just briefly.
Okay.
Just a really brief
Yeah.
description. That would be great.
It will all come back to us.
No, just
No.
describe it. Colin.
Gotcha. So what was going on was, you had this property that had a deck with a pool in it. In the back, the deck was encroaching into the setbacks. And I believe the previous, vote was to not approve the variance request. And they're now asking for the rehearing, and that's where we're at.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Oh, yeah. It was also, constructed without permits through, whatever contractor that they had. So that's also a tidbit of information to know.
So what we then need is what Mr. Ebbets said is we just need a list of the evidence that was not available at the time of the last hearing, that it could not have been presented to us at that time.
Okay, so hopefully that's, so after the last hearing, I went to consult an attorney to find out what my recourse could be, because I did hire a company in 2022 to do this for me to make this improvement my home. I'm a first time home. It's my first home, first big major project I did. And during the process of them putting in the pool deck, they went out of business and it would changed hand to another business. I mean, it was a nightmare from start to finish. I know that I had asked about like timelines and permits, and I was told that they're waiting on the city. I asked for numerous things for them. It was a very difficult time. I was unaware that we did not have what was needed until I was notified by the city. So at the time, I hadn't discussed it with a lawyer. When I started the permitting process with
Hey,
the
Miss,
city.
I don't mean to interrupt,
Huh?
but I think we have a logistical issue here.
Okay.
No, Otto.
Of the members here and present, only 3 heard their original case
In February.
in February.
We read the stuff that you sent.
Well, we need to reestablish a quorum if you have,
Yes.
if you have watched.
We just need to confirm that on the record.
We need to confirm to reestablish a quorum if you have watched the video or read the transcript of the case from February. So the Hayes and Meyer and Wright were all at the February meeting. So of the others, Mr. Ebbets, have you watched the video from February? Ms. Otto, have you watched the video from February?
I read the transcript.
Okay. Then we can
Watched the
reestablish a quorum with those two.
Quorum is reestablished.
So our quorum for this case is Wright, Meyer, Hayes, Ebbets, and Otto. Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, thank you. So basically, one of the first things I did is I wanted to find out what kind of recourse do I have, because I entrusted someone to do something on my property that I thought was right. And unfortunately, the lawyer that I consulted with, and through our own research, we have not been able to find a digital footprint for this company since 2022. I don't know if we could even track them down if possible. And so basically, he told me my options are very limited on recourse with this company. Oh, I mean,
Go ahead, Kristen.
My professional background is I do credit risk and third-party risk assessments. Not that I use my company's tools, but from my years of experience of over 20 years, my assumption, and I hate to say assumption in this area, but my assumption is that this company was actually had a lien put on them, and therefore their footprint, much less if any type of record of them going bankrupt, was not found. And whenever a company actually gets a lien on it, especially a smaller company, it's hard to actually go back without proper tools. And again, I was not using my company's tools to find that extra information.
Okay.
okay, so basically, I have limited recourse without actually probably investing a lot more money to even just try to track this company down to try to get some money back from them. So my next option then was to look at, and I guess really develop an understanding of the codes and, how the deck is out of where the setbacks are. And so I looked at that. I do have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure if you want to look at it, where it shows some options that I asked a contractor to present to me for cost. And one of them was to pull the deck back a full 28 feet, which would be the pull thing, and then pour concrete around and give me an estimate for that. And then the other one was to pull the deck back 20 feet, which would then hopefully make the square footage of if it doesn't count the pool, it would make the square footage of the deck under 500 square feet, which would put it within code. Both of those estimates basically kind of come almost to about 60 grand each. And so there's significant individual financial hardship that I did not have at the time of the first meeting. And then since the last meeting, we couldn't determine, there was no determination of how this had come to the attention of the city. There was a possibility that there was a neighborhood complaint. I have since gone and talked to all my all the neighbors that I could reach, specifically the ones, directly behind me and around me. And they have signed a acceptance petition that has been notarized, that they have no issue with it as it currently stands. So that's.
Why
the
couldn't you've
evidence I
got
have.
that back in February when you came before us to begin with?
I really was very limited on the understanding of what I needed and what was happening. I didn't understand the codes. I didn't understand how far out of the variant. I didn't understand how far out the variance was until I looked at the report. My understanding when I originally had this installed, like I had looked at doing an in-ground and above ground, and that this was what I was told was most likely to meet the city codes. I didn't realize that we were going to be so far out.
So I'm one board member. Can I speak? Do you mind?
Please do.
Okay. Sorry. Are you glad I'm back, Mark? Oh,
He's legal. I'm not.
Rehearings are difficult because we have to really look at it from a very strict standpoint. And I'm not speaking as a lawyer. I'm speaking as a former chair of this board and a board member for so many years. I appreciate your comments about the financial hardship that it would take you to correct this. But under our guidelines and the application of how we look at this, financial hardship is not a consideration for whether or not we can give you a rehearing. That's not a basis. I echo what Mr. Ebbett said about the petition. I appreciate you didn't know, but that's not the standard. The standard is those people were there, they were your neighbors, right? And I appreciate bad contractors, okay? I do. That's tough on everybody in this city. As a lawyer, I do a lot of that construction litigation work, and so I see what bad work does to people all over the city. But again, that's not a basis for us to grant a variance. I'm one board member. From what you're telling me, I don't think you have new evidence that would support a rehearing at this time, based on what you're telling me, but I'm one board member.
Video before Candace and Kristen a couple weeks ago, and knowing that your case was coming up. So I'm not hearing anything brand new that would make me think, wow, that should have been up at the first meeting, but they couldn't do it because of one reason or another. I'm not hearing that. And kind of to echo Ms. Otto, it's a tough deal. Financial hardship is very tough, and money doesn't come easy to anybody, anyone at this board or to you. And I understand that hardship, but I don't know. I just don't see the new evidence personally yet.
The only thing I can say was just that when I had read the code on making this request, find the exact wording. It had said something about individual hardships and being able to, new evidence of individual hardships, which I interpret, because I understand, like, when we discussed hardships originally, and this is what I was focused on, was that it wasn't so much about me, but about like the structure of the land, or a reason why, that it was about the land. But individual hardships, I didn't have that prepared. So the individual hardship would be the financial aspect of it.
And again, had I heard this case in February and you brought up your financial hardship, I would have put that to the side, because in determining whether or not you entitled to a variance, that's not a basis for us granting that, unfortunately. I have to tell you a really curious story about that. Years ago, I made a decision, and it was taken to the circuit court and appealed, and ultimately this board was found correct. And so I learned that lesson early on this board, that that's not something that we can look at.
There is, and like without looking at the pictures, it's hard to say it, but I do have the reason why we had designed the deck the way that we did is for the safety and aesthetics of it. The way it is, there is a privacy fence that goes in addition to the 4-foot fence that goes around the perimeter of the yard. There's one around the deck, so you can't view in. I purposely wanted to have a pool where you could enter through stairs because I do have like an elderly mother. The time I had I have children. Children can get out of the pool at any point because of the deck surrounding the pool. There's no issues on that. So that was the other, aspect of looking at this, was that the way it is designed to provide actually, maximum aesthetic to the neighborhood and safety for those using the facilities.
And because of the privacy on the deck around the pool, it's actually been considered by our neighbors not to be such a nuisance.
If the board denies this, is there a revised plan if they want?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear Miss Otto.
Sorry, I leaned over. My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. Is there a time frame that that prevents them from coming back with another application if they try to redo this in some way and present a different remake of the back area? I'm just trying to understand where you are at this point.
It's still with a new zoning variance request?
Yes.
No, there is not a time limit.
Okay, because at one point, that's what I'm trying to refresh my memory.
months.
It used to be some time, so that's why I wanted to understand.
Like if they were to redesign and it would be still variances, but
But,
different
but
variances.
different variances,
Right.
that's what I'm asking.
It
So,
would be a new application. It's not like a rezoning where
okay,
there's
okay. There used to be a time limit that you had to wait for so many months to refile. Okay, okay, good, okay.
I do have photos of the thing where you can see where I marked the line of where the changes would be made, those optional changes. I'm not sure if that's.
That's not really what
Yeah.
we're asking
No,
today, Candace.
no, but I'm saying, what, I'm not seeing that, like, again, I'm going back to, I don't think that you have presented facts that would support a rehearing. But I wanted to find out if there was a way that you could file a new application and try to revise the backyard and the pool in some way that this board might be more inclined to allow you to keep it in a revised fashion.
Just so it's super clear, like what this procedure is, what we're discussing right now is the rehearing itself, and we can't necessarily discuss the merits of the case in particular, which is why we're holding off on
Okay.
a presentation or anything like that. In order for us to like view your presentation or hear the details of the specifics, we would have to make a formal action that we're going to rehear the case.
So can I
But
ask
it-
a question to clarify then? So basically what I'm hearing, what it might be best to do is kind of go back to the drawing board of taking, not necessarily what I have, but what things could be, then resubmit it to the permit board, because they were the ones that said I needed the variance. See if it still needs a variance, and then it would be a whole new, I just want to make sure
Correct.
I'm understanding that
That's
that's.
correct. Because I
Okay.
think at this point, you don't have evidence for a rehearing, but that doesn't preclude you from trying to redo your backyard in some way and come back and ask us for something else, if you still need a variance based on how you'd want to redo it.
Okay. Okay, sounds like that's where.
I think that might be your most appropriate plan.
Um,
Go ahead, sorry.
What that does mean, though, is that we've got this request for a rehearing, which sounds like we'll probably deny that. But you can still come back through and go through that process, and we'll see where that goes. And you might see us again.
There might be a stay of execution on your existing,
Come to my firm,
Denial.
sir, and we'll have to swear you in and get your name
Yeah.
if you have comment. Your name?
what's your name?
Andrew Ostick.
Great. Andrew, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Andrew Ostick, 3605 Northwest 85th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64154.
And what is your concerns on at least the rehearing portion?
So a pool in itself is an attractive nuisance. The new evidence that we found is that the reconfiguration of the deck and the privacy around it would take away from the security that it has of keeping people accessing the pool from outside the yard, being able to just jump a 4-foot fence. So with the new evidence of the reconfiguration of the deck being more of an attractive nuisance, so we could grant the variance to keep that privacy and that security in place be worth hearing.
So attractive nuisance existed at the time of the first hearing.
Okay.
That's a well-known problem.
All right.
But I like your
Just-
creative thought.
Just didn't want to go without speaking that up. So thank you for clarifying.
So just so you're aware, you need to come up with a new plan,
New
go re-permit it, and if you need a variance, great, come back. If you don't, maybe then it's done.
Okay, I will speak to the permit office next, it sounds like,
That's great.
and move forward from there. And hopefully I won't need to see you guys, but if I do, I will have something.
That'll be great, Candace. Thank you. Kristen, thanks for coming down. Same for you. So we need a motion.
On case number 37, docket number 30, I move that the request for rehearing be denied.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you very much for coming. So we're going to go back to docket number 7.
I don't think we have anybody here, but just in case, docket item number 7, case CD-BZA 2025-44, a request to approve a variance to the number of units permitted per lot area to permit a 2-unit house on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 1/10 of an acre, generally located at 4111 McGee Street. The applicant is Brian Driscoll. We don't have anybody online, so.
No response? Okay, do you want to continue it for 1 month?
Has it been on your docket?
I think it's first time, isn't it?
This is the first time.
Let's continue for 1 month to, can somebody help me out with the date? Can you? Not 2 weeks, a whole month.
June 18th.
Okay, June 18th. Do I have a motion, or do I have a motion to continue this matter until June 18? That is case number 44, docket.
Oh,
number
I'm sorry.
7.
That's the CPC date, June 25th.
June, what?
June 25th.
June 25th.
Thank
Thank
you,
you. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Hayes, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. So that's moved to June 25th. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And that, yes, you skipped that item?
Oh, that's
A particular reason for that, but
that's
I'll
perfect.
tell you
Yeah,
why.
whatever, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah,
I
there's
just-
just a reason.
You want to move the election?
Yeah, we're
to
going to move it
the
to the next, I've got a personal reason why I'm trying to do that. Thank you.
Okay, so June 11th.
Yeah.
Good, boss.
We don't need to make a formal action on that, do we?
You don't need to make a
Okay.
formal action on that.
Sounds good.
Oh, I'm gonna do that.
Would you like me to go off the record?
Yes, thank you so much.
The meeting is
Thank you.
adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Crap, this is awesome, dude. Is that fine?
Yes.